Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today will be part 2 of our monthly compilation. I hope you enjoy it. So now, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I went to a wedding of my friend Courtney about 2 days ago, and I still can't shake my mind over what happened. For context, I grew up in a very religious household and went to church every Sunday, and Courtney is probably the only person from my old church that I still keep in contact with. The situation started at the reception. Courtney was super excited to see me, and was definitely the only person who felt that way judging from all the stares from the people at my old church. I sat down at my table and started playing something on my phone when some guy sat next to me. He said that the seating chart said that he was supposed to sit at my table, and he introduced himself as the groom's friend Anthony. He was pretty cute, so I spent a lot of time talking to him and we really hit it off. He didn't seem to judge me for being an atheist and seemed genuinely interested in me. When the dance started, they started playing Brown Eyed Girl, and he offered to dance with me. We danced together for most of the night, until he left to go to the bathroom, and a little later I did too. When I came out, I saw that my purse wasn't on the table, which was weird because I swore I left it on there. I was tired, and thought I had just left it in my car, so I went to the parking lot and into my car to look for it, and found it on the center console. I still thought it was weird, because I really thought that I had brought it inside, but at that point it was pretty late at the night, so I didn't think much of it. I danced some more and noticed that Anthony was gone. I asked the groom, who said he had gone home because he wasn't feeling too good. Pretty soon I felt sick too, so I said goodbye to Courtney and went to my car. As I put my keys in the ignition, I looked behind me and saw something weird. It looked like something had ducked down from the trunk. I took my keys out and looked back there, and that was when I saw him. Anthony was crouched down in front of the trunk of my car. I started screaming and ran out with him chasing after me. I went inside and told Courtney, who immediately told her husband, who walked me back to my car where Anthony was nowhere to be seen. Courtney's husband said that he didn't see his car anywhere, so he probably left. I left, and I still feel sick to my stomach thinking about it. He could have easily gone home with me and killed me if I hadn't looked back. Courtney said that she feels terrible that she invited him, and that she had no idea that he would do that. I haven't stepped out of my house since, because I'm worried that if I do, he'll be waiting for me, like he was before. My mom was a single mother of 3 in the early 2000s, and eventually started going on dates when I was about 6. I remember the first time I met him. He made me feel uncomfortable, but my mom shrugged it off because I was a shy kid. She had done her due diligence and Googled his name, coming across a court case, him versus state. It listed him as a convicted felon of murder from back in the early 80s. I don't know how, but he convinced her that it was a mistake. I guess because he had a very generic name, she believed him. We were raised by him, called him Dad, even at one point asking him to adopt us. The adoption never happened, thank God. He was a good dad to us, at first. Things started to get weird when I turned 12. Suddenly, I wasn't allowed to have sleepovers, wasn't allowed to choose my own haircuts, wasn't allowed to watch TV. It escalated to padlocks on the fridge and pantry, having to ask permission to drink water, and never being allowed in the kitchen past 8 p.m. He was a master manipulator, so at the time we all thought it sucked, but was normal punishment, despite us not having done anything to deserve it. I lost my door for weeks, on end, for stupid stuff like forgetting to do the dishes after dinner. Once, when I was 16, I wanted to not go to my brother's soccer game so that I could study, and he went into a blinding rage. I think that was the first time that I was ever truly afraid of him. He was a large man, probably 4 times my weight at the time. I think that was the first time that his mask fully slipped in front of me. He started being weird and creepy towards me once I turned 18. One night as I was sleeping, he came into my room and laid in my bed, saying that he loved me. I was so tired that I didn't even have time to think of how creepy it was until much later. I pushed him out of my room and went back to bed. The next day, while me and my family were gone, he'd stayed behind. He trashed my sister's room for no reason. She was only about 11 at the time and was very upset. He gave her the middle finger, and my mom finally lost it, telling him to pack up his stuff. He brandished a gun, waving it in my face before taking off in his car. We called the cops, and after nearly getting shot, he was arrested. We found out that he was a murderer when his bond was set at $250,000. He tried to lie to my mom again, but it didn't work this time. I looked up the case, and it was way worse than just a murder. He'd beaten someone to death with a metal pipe late at night in a highly populated park. I did not know this man. Not truly. Neither had my mom. He got out on bond. No idea who paid for that. And tried to come back to the house. I was the only one home, and I had no idea my siblings had not locked the door when they left for the day. I was cooking pasta before heading to work when I heard the front door open. I peered my head to the front door, and my blood ran cold as I saw him standing there. He said something to me, but I don't remember what it was. I ran to the bathroom and locked the door, not even bothering to turn off the stove. I pressed up against the bathroom door and called my mom as he banged on the door, asking me why I didn't love him. I was so afraid that I nearly sent myself into an asthma attack. My mom had a family friend come by and pick me up. When they entered the house, he wasn't there anymore. That was the last time I saw him, back in 2017. He'd helped raise me and my siblings for 13 years. He was the closest thing that I ever had to a normal dad, which, given everything, is kinda sad when I think about it too much. I can't help but worry that I'll fall back into the same toxic and manipulative relationship. It's what I knew growing up after all. Maybe that's why I keep people at a distance now. The reason I thought about this recently is because some true crime TikToker actually covered the story on the man he murdered all those years ago, and I stumbled across it. One of his daughters even commented on the post, giving more details about what it was like growing up with him. It was odd, thinking that so many of my peers could put 2 and 2 together if they had seen the TikTok. I know I'm a victim in all of this, but I can't help but feel shame that I was connected to this man and his atrocities. I could end this with a typical "so let's never meet again," but I know we won't, because he died. I didn't go to the funeral. Almost nobody did. From what my mom told me, not even his parents went. The last thing I want to say is please don't give my mom any hate. She was manipulated into believing that he was a good man, and we've made peace with her on this particular subject. A lot of the things that I mentioned happening in my childhood were things that she didn't know about until he was already dead. One more thing, since this is a popular subreddit. If you know who I am based on this story, please keep it to yourself. This all started when I was 20, so about 7 years ago. I've stayed with my parents on and off for years, but recently it became very concerning. Whenever I stay with them, it's overnight. Around 1 to 1:30, I wake up to a small thud. I always figured it was my cat jumping down, or just one of those dream awakenings. As I'm older now and living at home again pursuing a nursing degree, I try to do more than just give money. I help out around the house or do things that'll show my appreciation. This week, I decided I was going to do a clean on the windows, more than a spray down, like scrub the panes and crevices, in like 10 years it's never been done. That's when it happened. As I got to my window, I sprayed it down with Windex to let it set. But that's when I saw it. Handprints all over the glass, much larger than anyone who lives in our home. Like, I wear an XL glove. This would be special order type size of prints. So I set up a cam and a floodlight a few weeks ago, just to try and quell my possible insanity and overthinking. But there's a person who came up the driveway on the camera and stayed at my window at 1:14 a.m. for around 22 minutes from the timestamp, just looking in, and then he just left. I sprayed the windows again. Fresh prints. The police have been contacted, and we've gotten a drive-away alarm. But for your safety, buddy, let's never meet. I'm a 22-year-old woman. I went to the mall to do some shopping for a few clothes. I went to maybe 5 shops, and in the last shop I bought a pair of heels that another woman wanted. She said a few mean things in the shop after I bought them and walked out. I then went to the bathrooms. I didn't realize at the time, but she had seen me walk in. As I was in the cubicle, I heard her walk in and lock the bathroom door. She then knocked on the door and told me that she wanted the shoes. I knew this woman was crazy from the encounter that we had in the store. Not like she was going to like the high heels I had just bought, as she was a bigger woman and I didn't think that she would fit in them. I was very firm in saying no to her and unlocked the door of the cubicle and went to go to wash my hands. That's when things started to get physical. When my back was turned, she grabbed me by the hair and demanded that I let them go. I'm not going to get into what happened, but she ended up stealing the shoes and taking my bag along with ripping all the buttons off of my dress. I straight away went to the security office, but they said because the offense wasn't caught on camera, that there was nothing they could do. I've flown with my 1-year-old solo nearly a dozen times. Usually people are understanding and kind about me having a baby on my lap, and overall he's a happy, easy baby. He's also very cute, so it's not uncommon for strangers to talk to him. Usually I don't mind. The last trip I took, I sat alone in my aisle, with a man sitting by himself directly behind me. My baby was tired and fussing. I knew he was tired, but there's not a lot I could do until after we took off. Right out of the gate, the man behind me was talking to my baby, saying, "Oh, hi, baby. Why sad, baby? Cute, cute baby." I smiled and replied that he was tired and sorry for the fuss. Thank you. After takeoff, I started to get him settled for a nap. The man behind us continued to talk to my baby, putting his hand through the seats to try and grab his feet. Multiple times I asked him nicely to please stop. The baby was tired. You're distracting him. He just needs a nap. Finally, I sat my baby down next to me. He stood on the floor facing the seat next to me so that I could make a bottle. The man behind me stood up and reached over my seat to pick him up. I immediately leaned forward to pick up my baby, saying, "No, thank you. I don't need help. Please, no. No, thank you." The man pushed me back into my seat while mumbling, "Sweet baby, why cry, baby?" I replied very loudly, "No," and quickly picked up my baby. I thought that that was the end of that. I was wrong. I tried to rock my baby to sleep while desperately trying not to lose my cool. As I'm rocking my baby, the man behind me reached through our seats to grab my arm, saying, "No rocking, no rocking, you make him cry." I pulled free from him and yelled, "Do not touch me." Again, I thought that that would be the end. I started rocking the baby for a second time. This time, the man behind me reached both his hands around either side of my seat to hold me in place, saying, "No, no rocking, stop rocking." I am somewhat embarrassed that I completely lost it, clutching my baby to my chest while struggling to get free of him. It hurt. I hit the call light while screaming, "Let me go. Do not touch me. Let me go, let me go, let me go." He was still holding me by my arms when the flight attendants came running. I could barely get anything out to the flight attendants. Everyone around us was staring. I was sobbing, and all I could get out was that I could not sit there anymore, and for the love of God, please move me. The man behind me tried to move with me, but I told the flight attendants that I did not know him and he could not come with me. I had a good cry in my new seat, but my baby immediately went to sleep. I was moved to the next to the flight attendants' seats. After calming down, I explained to the flight attendants what had happened. Multiple times, the man that had been behind me got up to try to come back to my new seat, only to be turned around by one of the flight attendants. Towards the end of the flight, one of the flight attendants told me that they'd explained everything to the pilot, and the pilot had called the FBI and local police to escort the man off the flight. I would also be escorted off, as well as everyone around us that watched everything happen. He cheered as he was escorted off. I had to interview with the FBI and nearly missed my next flight. After my trip was done, I had to fly back going through the same airport. It was stressful and emotional to say the least, even knowing that he was banned from the airline and the airport. I haven't flown since. To the man that tried to grab my baby from me and then wouldn't let go of me, let's never meet again. My fiancé and I had just left a sober living house about a month ago. We had been clean for almost a year now and are doing really good. We graduated from the sober living and found a cute little 3-bedroom house. We gave the landlord the money and went over to the house to start loading our stuff inside. There was a little shed out back, so we walked back there and opened it up to put some of the boxes inside. Beneath a piece of plywood, my fiancé saw something moving. He thought it was an animal, so he walked over and picked up the piece of plywood. There was a homeless crackhead sleeping under there with his crack pipe and syringe still in hand. We tried to be nice to him and explained that we're moving in, and that he would have to go find somewhere else to sleep. We even told him about the program we had just left, and that it was a really good place, and offered to give him the phone number. The dude narrows his eyes at us angrily and says, "I don't need anything from nobody. I don't trust nobody either, and neither should y'all." The way he said it was absolutely creepy. He strode off down the road and kept glaring back at us. That should have been our clue to not move in, but we had already given the landlord money and felt that we were without any other option at this point. So we moved our things in and tried to get comfortable over the next couple of days. A few days later, my fiancé was at work, and this same guy was standing in the road just staring at my house like a maniac. It was just me and a girlfriend home alone, so I was terrified. I called my fiancé and told him what was going on, but by the time he was getting ready to leave work, dude had already vanished. I don't know what he was planning on doing, and I swear I'm not one to judge people. I'm a recovering addict myself, and I've been homeless more than once. But the whole thing was just really ominous and threatening. About a week later, there was a shooting death about 3 houses down from us. That was it. We packed our stuff and left, and said screw that house. I don't know who was involved in the shooting, but after we packed our stuff and left, a friend of mine was telling me that the guy we found in our shed was also a convicted R-wordist that had just been released from prison, and that's why he was homeless. Needless to say, I don't want to ever meet that guy again, nor will I ever go back to that neighborhood. We moved 2 hours away and are now staying with my mom. I'll start this story by saying that I'm a 32-year-old woman. I am 170 centimeters and have generic back problems, which make it hard for me to lift too heavy things, let alone try to fight. I live in Denmark, in places where it is very normal not to lock your doors, even at night. The biggest thing that ever happened to me was someone mistook my home for a neighbor's, and they bolted out of the house when they realized they had taken the wrong door. This did not happen at my home, but at my childhood home in the middle of nowhere. My childhood home is a house surrounded by wheat fields, and is down a gravel road that has 2 other houses down at it. Childhood home house is the first house down this gravel road. I was house setting the house for my stepfather, because he couldn't take his 2 dogs, a Rottweiler and a roundabout mix, also a big dog, with him on his trip. I was alone with them for around a week. Nothing happened this week, but it was the last night I stayed there that something did. I was woken up by the dogs barking. They always do this when cars drive down the dirt road. It was normal, and I tend to tell them off and go back to sleep. This time, I saw a light coming inside the room that I slept in. That can only happen if you drive into the driveway. It was in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock at night, and that was what got me up quickly. Luckily, I had the driveway gate closed, but I did not like that some random car in the middle of the night was parking in the small patch between the dirt road and the gate. So I did the only thing that I could do at the moment. I let the dogs outside and hoped that would discourage whoever it was to even try anything. They're loud, and they sound worse than they really are. It did make whoever was driving the car move the car and drive away. They drive up to my first neighbor, who I can see up to because the dirt road lies on a very small hill. They didn't drive in as I thought they would do. They came back down to me again and began to drive very slowly past my house again. At this time, I stood outside at the front door with the light on and watched the car. I didn't like how slow it drove past, but the dogs were still freaking out at the gate. So whatever they were thinking about, they reconsidered and drove away faster this time. I have no idea what the car was doing down the dirt road at this time of night. The main road is more than big enough for you to turn up there instead of going down a dirt road. I don't know what would have happened if the dogs hadn't woken me up, and I have them for my protection. The story goes back to 90s. I was 7 or 8 and going home from school. A 5-minute walk in a safe district. But there was something waiting for me on my way home that day. I remember a man with a big hand reaching to me to shake my small one, and there was another man leaning on a car with its doors open. I shook his hand. I remember him not wanting to let go. He started asking me questions about school and teachers. I was answering while trying to liberate my hand. Then my best friend showed up, shouted my name watching us. Then the man stopped smiling, let loose my hand and went to the car looking frustrated. My friend looked scared and serious. I totally forgot about this 2 minutes of my life because I didn't know what tragedy I escaped. Then somehow the memories reemerged after 20 years, and I understood that it was a kidnapping attempt. In college, 2008 to 2014, I was an avid metal detectorist. I knew of an old military trail and river crossing way back in a secluded portion of the woods that I knew not many others were aware of. I finally decided one winter morning that I was going to go and metal detect it finally. The trail is about a mile or 2 from a city park along the South Concho River in San Angelo, Texas. I parked my truck, got all my gear, which included a serrated knife for digging, and began my trek through the raw woods and brush for the trail. About halfway into the trees, I get into a clearing and find a tent and campsite about 40 yards back from the river, and very isolated. There's cans lying all around it. some clothes, and other stuff that made it evident that someone was using it. I didn't hang around it for long and kept on my way. As I was getting past the tent, this haggard-looking guy comes out of the brush just a few feet from me. I startled him as much as he startled me, and after some innocent chit-chat back and forth, he asked what I was doing in the woods. I told him about the old trail, my metal detecting stuff, and lied that it was a pretty well-known site for hobbyists like me. The latter seemed to get him a bit anxious. He starts asking me if I've messed with his campsite any, and I told him no, except for accidentally stepping on one of the cans. He was mostly concerned if I had looked into the tent itself though, which, truthfully, I hadn't. The guy related that his wife had kicked him out of their apartment a few days ago, and he was just staying in the woods until he got back on his feet. Didn't really add up in my mind, but I didn't ask anything else about it. Finally, I told him that I was going to get on my way, and with a weird look on his face, he suggested that I not go behind his campsite because he had recently used the bathroom back there. Whether there was fresh fertilizer back there or not, there was no way that I was going to be hanging around much longer regardless. I went a little further towards the trail that I wanted to metal detect, but never felt quite comfortable. So I made a quick turn towards the river and headed back to my truck fairly rapidly. Never saw the guy again until about 2 years later. His picture was in the local news for being apprehended by authorities for the murder of his wife. He killed her and then buried her in the exact area of the woods where I encountered him on that day. Apparently, even though I can't recall if it was the very day of the crime or not, he had just completed the matter when we met. This happened in 1996, in my hometown of about 100,000 people. I was 15 years old, from the suburbs, and went to a high school in the city. English is not my first language, so I apologize for any grammatical mistakes. I finished with class, and for some reason, I decided to walk to the main bus station instead of just waiting at the nearest bus stop. I stood at the gate that my bus line, number 15, starts from. Another bus line, number 17, also starts from the same gate. After waiting for around 10 minutes, a man asks me if bus number 17 had taken off yet. I say yes, I'm sorry. You've just missed it. The man, who looked to be around 30 or 40, then introduces himself to me as Mark. He stretches out his hand for me to shake it. I don't want to be impolite, so I do. I introduce myself as Maya. My name is not Maya. It was bizarre to me that a grown man is introducing himself to me at a bus station. I may have been 15, but I knew better. He asks if I just finished school. I say yes. He asks me what school I go to. I lie. He asks if I'm going home. I say no, even though I am. He asks where I'm going. I say to a friend's house. My bus pulls up and I get on it. Strangely, this man, Mark, gets on as well. I know for a fact he'd asked me if number 17 had taken off yet. If he was originally planning on going on number 17, there is absolutely no reason to get on my bus number 15. They don't have a single stop in common. I sit down and he sits himself next to me. He asks me which year of high school I'm in. I lie and say I'm a junior. I was actually a freshman at the time. He says I look too young to be a junior. I say I hear that all the time. He asks me if I have a boyfriend. I say no, he says that I should. I then ask him where he is going. He says he's going home. I ask if he wasn't planning on taking number 17. He says no, and tells me he lives at the very end of the bus line 15. That was odd. I've never seen him on the bus before. He asks me if I'm on my way home as well. I say no, I'm visiting a friend. Looking back, he knew I was lying. I was sure he believed me, and I really thought I had the situation under control. I should have walked up to the bus driver and told him what's going on. I didn't, because I just wasn't scared enough and I didn't want to make a scene out of nothing. There were plenty of people around, and while he was strange, I really thought he's just a harmless, lonely weirdo. We get to my stop. I purposefully miss it and get off at the next one. thinking I'll fool him and then just walk home a bit longer. To my surprise, he gets off as well. I ask him where he's going, and he says he wants to walk me home. Again, I tell him that I'm not going home. I'm visiting a friend. He says that's fine, he'll walk me. I say he really doesn't need to, and in a stern, irritated tone, he tells me to shut up and walk. There is no one on the street. We're the only ones who got off the bus here. I'm alone with this weird man who followed me from the bus station. I can't go home because I don't want him knowing where I live. I start panicking. I don't know what due to, so I just freeze and stand there, silent. In an instant, he went from weird but chatty and smiley to telling me to shut up, and I went from feeling in control to knowing I really, really messed up. He puts his hand on my shoulder and tells me that he doesn't have much time, so we should get going. I want to tell him that he clearly does, but I don't want to anger him, so I just nod. He tells me that if I'm good, I don't have to be scared of him. I lie and say I'm not. He asks me if that means I plan on being good. I say yes. He forced me to repeat it in a whole sentence. Yes, I will be good. I begin walking. I don't know where I was going, I just walked. He walked with me with his hand still on my shoulder. I was never religious, but I remember praying that I don't pass out. My heart was beating so fast, and breathing was so difficult. I was sure I'm about to collapse and die. Then, I spotted an older man tending his garden in front of a house. That's the last thing I clearly remember. I have a vague memory of running. I was later told that I was screaming for help while running towards the older man, while Mark ran off. The older man called the police and they contacted my parents. The police couldn't do anything but take my statement. Since my parents both worked and couldn't take me to and from school, they bought me a phone the very same day. This was in the 90s, when mobile phones were a luxury. I wish the story ended here. After the event, I only ever got on the bus at the stop right in front of my school. A few weeks passed and I did so like I did any other day. We locked eyes as soon as I stepped on. He was on the bus with the biggest grin on his face, like he couldn't be more excited to see me. I was so creeped out I immediately got off and ran into the school. I called my mom in tears and she had me find a teacher to walk me to her car when she came to get me. The school was then notified of the situation. After that, he was spotted walking around the school several times, sometimes a few days in a row, but sometimes he wasn't seen for weeks. The police was of no help. They couldn't do anything until he actually hurt me, or showed up on the school property or at my home. I spent the rest of the year waiting in the school until late afternoon, so my mom could pick me up after work. We always took a very long route home. I now know she was making sure we weren't getting followed. My parents then had me switch schools. Thankfully, he was never spotted in my neighborhood, and I'm very sure he never found out my name or got my address. I only ever saw him one more time. I was 21, in my hometown, on summer break from university. I saw him in a grocery store in a whole different part of town. He didn't recognize me, didn't even look at me, but I immediately recognized him. Where I live, there is no convicted criminal list like in the US. Such cases are not reported, and I never found out the man's full name. I have no idea who he is, or what he has done in the past. I don't know what he would have done to me. My belief is that he was mentally challenged, saw me, liked me, and followed me. My mother believes that it had been much more complex, that he was planning something and that he knew exactly where we're going. My dad still doesn't talk about it. I'm just happy he's out of my life. So I recently got a job at Walmart in online grocery. And while I don't talk to customers nearly as much as cashiers or customer service, I do have to answer a lot of questions and direct people to items they can't find. There are plenty of stupid people who don't look before asking me where something is, and people who are just plain rude. But besides this one encounter, I haven't really had a problem with creepy men. At my past jobs, I was used to men making horrible comments about my body and body mods. But I guess at Walmart, there's always someone weirder walking around, so I don't get as many. It started at around noon when I went out on my first pick run of the day. I was in the soda aisle struggling to fit a box pack of beer into my cart when this guy came up and helped me. He was probably in his early to mid-20s. This kind of adds to the creep factor because I only recently turned 18 and haven't switched out my yellow name tag yet. A bigger guy, a bit shorter than me, wearing a corn shirt. I thanked him for helping me and said I liked his shirt. He said it was no problem and complimented my hair. No big deal, right? I pick up my handheld and get back to bagging soda and praying that I don't get sent on exceptions that night. Around 15 minutes later, I'm in the soup aisle, crouched on the floor, bagging 20 cans of Dinty Moore. Not my finest moment. Someone walks up behind me and says, "Excuse me?" I'm already excited to talk to them. Nobody, and I mean nobody, says excuse me when they want my attention. I stand up and turn around to see the same guy. He says he's been looking everywhere, and he can't find the baking soda, and that he knows he probably passed it, but he wants to make sure he's looking in the right area. The baking aisle is just a few over, and what a coincidence. The next thing I need for my run is bread flour. I tell him I'm heading over to the aisle the baking soda is in right now, and I'll show him where it is. He says thank you. I finish scanning in the Dinty Moore, and we head over. It was a Tuesday, and completely dead. Like, I was seeing my coworkers more often than customers. We get to the baking aisle, and I show him the baking soda before getting to picking out the bread flour. I had a lot to pick from in that aisle, so I was there for a good 10 minutes picking different items, and I couldn't help but notice that he put a tiny box of Arm & Hammer into his cart, and was just standing there on his phone, occasionally looking at me. A little strange, but maybe he's texting someone and is feeling a bit awkward that neither of us has left the aisle. Who knows? I finish my pick run, stage the totes onto the cart, and bring it to the back. I go on 2 more runs before my first 15-minute break, and I catch a glimpse of Corn Guy every so often. I figure he's just having a hard time finding stuff because the Walmart I work at is massive, and continue on with my day. I go into the break room to eat the salad I had in the fridge and drink a cherry Pepsi while getting that good gossip from one of the guys from customer service. And life is good. For a second, I thought I saw Corn Guy walk past the door, but I figured it was just an employee wearing the same shirt and didn't think of it again until later. My manager tells me to do 3 more pick runs before I go to the back to start dispensing orders, and I head out on a produce run. Easily one of the worst types, as the produce section is super confusing and always crazy busy. I get to the produce section and start doing my thing when I see Corn Guy standing next to the corn stand. I laugh to myself for a second before realizing that it's 1:30 at this point, and this guy has been at Walmart for at least an hour and a half. There are only 3 things in his cart. I try not to look in his direction so he doesn't try to talk to me and get back to bagging onions and weighing apples. At this point, I'm getting some serious weirdo vibes from this guy. He walks up to me and says hi. I say hi back and ask him if he needs anything. He proceeds to go on the creepiest tirade I've ever heard. I remember almost exactly what he said because I was standing there in absolute horror the entire time while holding a bag of apples. He said, "I just wanted you to know that you don't need to eat salad if you don't want to. You don't need to lose weight. If you're trying to impress that guy you were talking to, you should go for someone who would love you for who you are, not someone who would want to change you like that. You are so beautiful." I stare at this man in shock. For one, I eat salads for lunch because I like salad. It sure ain't a healthy salad either. Those things are loaded with Caesar dressing and bacon bits. Second of all, I have a boyfriend already. It's not Gavin from customer service. And he's also fat and could not care less what I eat. Third of all, I take offense that some random creep thinks that I have been waiting all my life to be validated by him. A man who spends all day at Walmart without even being paid for it. Needless to say, I am horrified, embarrassed because he just said this in front of multiple other customers who are giving us weird looks, and pissed off by the audacity of this weirdo. I can't tell him any of this. I stick with telling him that I think that's inappropriate for him to say. He needs to stay out of employee-only areas like the break room, and if he needs anything else, he can go ahead and talk to customer service. He looks shocked as if this wasn't the nicest way I could have ended the conversation, and I end my pick run early to go talk to a manager. In the back, I tell my manager about Corn Guy, how he's been following me, and how I'm not going back out to pick tonight unless we know for sure that he's gone. She's understanding, and lets me start dispensing early, and sends one of the guys in the back to pick in my place. The rest of the day goes okay, except when my coworker and I go out together to take a huge order to one of the spots in the main parking lot, and Corn Guy is sitting on the bench out front. I prayed that he was just waiting for someone to pick him up, and refused to take out any more orders to the main lot. I managed to put away returns without seeing him, and with minimal trouble. And at 8, I go back to OGP, turn in my handheld and key card, and say goodbye to everyone left. I always park in the main lot right in front of the grocery section, and as I'm walking, it's just starting to get a bit dark. It had been raining on and off the whole day, and it was the perfect balance of summer warmth and cold rain outside. As I'm unlocking my old CRV, I see the Corn Guy approaching me. I'm scared of what he wants from me, but at this point I have my keys out, and the pepper spray on the chain is clearly visible, so I'm hoping he isn't stupid enough to try something. He walks up to me and starts trying to talk. I shut him down, tell him that he has been following me all day. Reminder that he has been at Walmart for a full 8 hours at this point, and I am uncomfortable talking to him. I am off the clock, and if he needs something regarding Walmart, he can go talk to customer service. And if he wants to talk to me personally, I'm not interested, and he needs to leave me alone. He has the nerve to look offended, and then says something that tops his salad rant in terms of stupid stuff to say to a random woman. Okay, since you're gonna be like that, I won't ask you out, ungrateful jerk. I thought you were cool and could maybe understand me, but you're just like every other girl. I'm too morbidly curious. I ask him what that means. I mean, you seem cool. I don't see anyone around here with ears stretched that big, or who can appreciate Corn's artistry. I thought maybe you were on my level, but you're just like every other stupid Midwesterner in this crappy town. At the end of this little rant, he digs in the pocket of his sweatpants and produces the crappiest little switchblade I've seen in my life. This pitiful little thing couldn't skin a hamster. I'm somehow even more offended. First, I've been stalked all day because I have stretched ears and complimented a guy's band shirt. Second, he thinks Korn is some deep-cut metal band that nobody else has ever heard of. Third of all, we do live in Iowa, but we live in one of the largest cities in Iowa, and this Walmart is right in the middle of it. And fourth, he's not only threatening me with a knife for not living up to his manic pixie dream girl fantasy, but thinks I'm going to be scared of that pathetic excuse of a knife. At this point, I'm so sick of this guy that I just get in my car, tell him to go screw himself, slam the door and get out of there. I haven't seen him since, but I work pretty much every day, so it's only a matter of time. So basically, to the creepy guy in a Korn shirt who pulled a knife on me in the Walmart parking lot, I hope we never meet again. I dated this man for about 2.5 years, and he nearly killed me. Very physically abusive, emotionally, all of it. The last time he hurt me was because I told him I was moving, and I was gonna have a roommate. He didn't like that. He strangled me twice and punched me in the face. I escaped and called the cops. He got arrested a few days later. Until then, though, he was coaching me on how I needed to go back to law enforcement and state that I hit myself, and he didn't really strangle me. That I stopped taking my psychiatric medication and was having a psychotic break that night. At the first hearing, I recanted and told the judge all the lies my ex told me to. The judge believed me, and he was set to get released from jail, but he was still under state county hold or something like that before he was supposed to get released. I went back to law enforcement after gaining some clarity and told them the truth again, in which another hearing was scheduled. Undoubtedly, my ex was notified of the reason why another hearing was being scheduled. He was a gang member. Obviously, I will not be saying which one. And as previously mentioned, by now I had moved into the new house with my roommate. But before he got arrested, he asked me where I was moving, and I told him which street corner the house was on, very stupidly. Well, my roommate's boyfriend at the time was affiliated as well. We were with some real winners, huh? And he was apparently notified that my house had been marked by the gang that my ex belonged to, and that showed true. One morning at around 6 a.m., my roommate and her boyfriend were sitting in the driveway in her car with the lights off. I was inside the house asleep. A car then pulled up in front of my house, blocking the driveway, preventing my roommate from pulling her car out. We're still unsure whether or not these people initially knew that there were people sitting in my roommate's car. The mystery car sat blocking the driveway for a few minutes before a man got out of the passenger seat and began walking directly up the driveway to my porch. Luckily, my roommate's boyfriend had a gun on him, and once he saw the man walking towards the front door, he got out of my roommate's car and flashed his gun at the man. The man saw it and ran back to the car, which then sped off. Maybe a few weeks later, I had driven to the gas station a few streets over after the sun had gone down. I was getting a vape or something. When I was walking back to my car out of the gas station, a man in the same car that was in front of my house pulled up next to me and started yelling something. I couldn't tell what he was saying before I just yelled back, "Shut up and leave me alone," thinking I was just being randomly catcalled. I got in my car and went to pull out of the gas station, noticing his car was sitting in front of the exit that I was going to take and not moving. So I went out a different exit and turned back onto the street that my house was on. I looked behind me and saw him following me. He waited for me to leave before he pulled out behind me and followed me. I started going down different streets and kept tailing. So eventually I freaked out and sped up real fast and made a quick, impulsive turn that threw him off my track. I didn't go home. Another day I came home from work and saw that the window in our dining room that looks out the backyard, the only window on the first story that doesn't have iron bars guarding it from the inside, had been tampered with from the outside. It had a screen secured to it so that the window may be opened, and the screen had been ripped off. We reattached it and tried to rip it off ourselves, and it was very hard. My roommate's boyfriend was able to, but we weren't strong enough. It would have taken a lot of effort to get that screen off. Last instance, my roommate's boyfriend and his friend had left our house to go on a walk. When they came back, as they were walking back up to my house, they saw two men peeking through the other dining room window, trying to see inside. They noticed my roommate's boyfriend as he started yelling at them, asking what the heck they were doing, and they scurried away. Me and my ex's final hearing happened a few months ago, and I have gotten him locked up until 2036. I think maybe his fellow gangbangers have realized that a man locked up for the next 12 years is not worth risking their freedom for anymore. And I have since been left alone. I work at a big retail store as a self-checkout host. Most of my days are spent walking laps and listening to customers saying things like, "I don't work here," or "Why aren't you on the register?" I understood their frustrations. Usually there would be 2 or 3 of us at the self-checkout, and maybe 2 manned registers open. We got a new guy in. Let's call him Terry. Terry always wore a mask as if it was 2021 and COVID was still COVIDing. I was training him, telling him to stock candy in bags. He would ask questions anyone would ask. If I'm in school, if I have a girlfriend. I lived in a small city/big town that had a good college. Students from all over the country would come and usually wound up with the prisons or retail. I usually asked the same questions. I told him no on both accounts. He then asked if I ever went hunting. We had a lot of woods and a big forest around the town. No, I don't like guns. He said he'd have to take me one day. A few days go by and he's over on my side again. He asks if I have family in town, and if they didn't, do they live close by? I live 3 doors down from my mom. He starts talking about hunting again, how he was out with his buddies and started using pack tactics, where they would box in the prey and finish it off. Weird for deer, seeing as they flee at the first thought of a noise. He's off for a few days because new hires have problems getting hours for the first 3 weeks. I talk to one of my coworkers, and they tell me that he asks a lot about me. The next time I see him, his questions are very telling. How tall would you say you are? How much do you weigh? How well do you know the woods past so-and-so street? I'm a big guy at 6 foot and 300 pounds, and when he brought up hunting again, a creepy thought would send a chill down my spine. Come on, man. You'd like it. Just some good old boys shooting the crap late at night in the middle of the woods. Then the real fun starts right before dawn. They won't know what hit him. The mask hid most of his face, but I could see it rise when he smiled. I don't know why he thought that would be a great way to convince someone, other than feeling like they were about to hunt me. It sounded like I would have been bored as crap before. I must have made a face or something because he turned and walked away quickly. I told a couple of coworkers about it, but that was his last day. I never saw him again, and I hope that I never do. I came back from getting some parts for my car when I find a note on my windshield. This guy has 8 cars just like mine that he is looking to part out. I thought, aw, sweet, cheap parts. I text him, and it turns out he's looking for someone to take some engines out, which on my car is a lot harder to do if you don't have a lift. Very little wiggle room as they go up from the bottom, but he'd trade my labor for the parts. Okay, that doesn't sound too bad. It's maybe an hour per car with air tools. He says he has 4 post lift and tools. I roll up to his shop the next day, but it's actually a construction business. But I don't see any signs of construction. No materials, no power tools, nothing of a construction nature. There's 3 giant machine sheds on his property. I'm talking 50 feet wide, 100 feet long. First thing the guy asks me is if I have any tools. Well, no. I didn't plan on it, nor was that discussed. Oh, don't worry, I have tools. Except his tools were a toolkit from a hardware store, and looked like they had been rained on for 30 years. One of the ratchets had hardly any teeth, and was a pain to use. I spent 3 hours getting to these parts, partially due to the tools, but then it gets weirder. He shows me this car, and turns out he had wrecked it. Then another, he wrecked. This one blew the engine because I was stuck in a snowbank. Okay. Then I hear gunshots in the distance, and asked if there was a shooting range nearby. He kind of goes on a rant about it's his neighbors, but they always call the cops and blame it on me. I can shoot my guns when I want, where I want. Okay. Then his story changes, and not only does he want me to pull some engines, but put a few engines in cars too. What the heck? I thought you owned a shop. There's maybe $50 worth of parts here. I'm not doing all that. In fact, I'd be donating a bit of my time pulling motors, but I like helping people. Last thing he says to me is let me know if you need anything. 2 hours pass and I get all the parts pulled, and set them on a tailgate of a truck to show him exactly what I took off. Except he has totally vanished. I walk back to the only machine shed with the door open, and it's completely full of stuff. There's literally pallet racking, shelving you'd see at Home Depot, full of stuff. Retail shelving displays for candy and other things from the 80s and 90s. A dozen ice cream freezers like you'd see in a gas station. 20 newer dishwashers. 10 newer front-loading washing machines. I mean literally an indescribable amount of things. I notice near the roll-up door there's a camper. It's apparent to me this dude lives in it. Except there doesn't appear to be any running water or electricity. But he's not in it. It's clear to me that this person is a hoarder to the 10th power. All I can think of is his father must have been loaded, running a construction company, and left him a multi-million-dollar inheritance. It would take a lot of money to fill up over 22,000 square foot of machine shed with random stuff. Because unlike most hoarders who have garbage, newspapers, and other debris, 99% of his stuff had some value. But like I said, I didn't see one bit of construction material. I drive up the entryway and the gate is closed and locked. What the heck? He never told me that he was going anywhere. Luckily, the gate didn't have an actual fence, and I had to drive my car through a field and drainage ditch to get back onto the highway. I'd taken the parts with me and I planned on coming back. But then the more I thought about it, the more creeped out I was, especially since I was kind of kept there when he left and shut the driveway gate. One night, I, an 18-year-old male, was at the gym around 10 p.m. because I worked all day and my gym stays open all night. I was casually working out as I always have. Out of nowhere, this very short Hispanic guy comes out of nowhere and asks me what I'm doing later. Thinking this is very odd, I decided to ignore him and act like I couldn't hear him because of my headphones. He kept asking me, but eventually left. When I finished my workout, I went into the locker room to get my keys and check myself out in the mirror. As I entered the locker room, the guy was sitting on the bench staring at me, like watching my every move. So I skipped looking myself in the mirror and grabbed my keys to go out to the bathroom real quick. I can see that he starts to follow me as I head to the urinal, so I quickly resort to a stall. When I left the stall, he is still staring from the urinal. I ignore him and start leaving the gym, but he still follows me. Once again, he asks me what I'm doing tonight and what my name is, but this time I couldn't pretend to not hear him, so I just said, "Sorry man, I'm not interested," and quickly got to my car and drove away. A week later, I had work again this day, so I was at the gym around 10 p.m. and everything was normal. I was working out. I saw some friends and then I see the same guy from a week ago staring at me, whilst laying against an empty wall. I try to ignore him, but every machine or workout I do, he starts to follow me. I stayed by some friends so that he would hopefully not come near me. When those friends left, so did he, so I thought I was safe. I get my stuff together and head out around 11:30. At this point, my phone had died. I was a little worried, but then I started to freak out because when I approached my car, there was a rose in my truck's handle on the driver's side. I actually started to run and went back in to get assistance from someone working because I didn't feel like dying that day. After removing it, I sped home as fast as I could. A few days later, I had a normal workout. Didn't see him till I went to my truck. He was parked right next to me, standing in front of his car. When I got in, I could see him watching me the whole time. Now, every time I go late at night, he's waiting for me and asking me weird questions. I talked to the workers about this, and they said that he's not from here and is just trying to be nice. But I can't help but wonder, why doesn't he get the hint when I tell him no all the time? I wake up hours early in the morning to go to the gym now, but when I go late, he's still there watching me every time. What should I do? Another time there was a rose on my windshield and a phone wire wrapped around my handle. I posted a picture. Then, more recently, he added me on Snapchat. I don't know how he knows my name or how he knew what car was mine in the first place. But regardless, it's really freaky. For some context, I'm a 32-year-old female. This happened to me when I was about 25 or 26. I work full-time as a researcher at a university, which is where these encounters took place. I'm not a professor or anything, and because of my age at the time, I could have easily been mistaken for just another student wandering around campus. On some days when the weather was nice, I would prefer to spend my lunch hour strolling around the university grounds outside, or sitting underneath a shady tree on a bench, enjoying the time I was not sitting in a cramped corner of a lab. On one of these days, I was sitting on a bench enjoying the fresh air, and a male student walking by asked if he could sit next to me. I'm a pretty shy and awkward kind of person, so even though I really would have preferred sitting alone, I said sure. He initiated simple conversation, to which I obliged, but being careful not to be too forthcoming. He mentioned he had seen which departmental building I had came and went from, which slightly alarmed me, given I had never seen this person before in my life. But I pushed the thought from my mind. After all, the weather had been decent lately, and I had spent nearly all of my lunch hours for the past week outside. He asked if I was studying within the mentioned department, to which I told him that I was not a student, but I rather worked there. He told me that he was an engineering student, and then followed up, asking me out to coffee sometime. I apologized and told him that I had a boyfriend and would have to decline. We parted ways after that, and I assumed I probably wouldn't see him around again. About a week or two went by, and I was spending another lunch hour outside on campus, sitting on a different bench somewhere else. Seemingly out of nowhere, the same man from before asked if he could sit next to me again. Admittedly, I don't remember what he started talking to me about at first. My mind was reeling, and I was rather uncomfortable having to potentially turn this guy down a second time. Sure enough, he asked me again if we could go out for coffee sometime. I apologized and reminded him that I had a boyfriend and would not be meeting him for coffee. And again, he left after that. I was feeling rather anxious now, but it still hadn't reached a level where I felt that I had to be concerned. A few days later, I had finished work and was leaving the building to walk to where I had parked my car. The university charges a fortune for parking passes, even if you're employed by them. So I had always opted for free street parking about a 10-minute walk away from the campus. My walking route would take me down several quiet residential streets with minimal car traffic. Even pedestrian traffic was super sparse on the busiest of days. It wasn't until I was about halfway to my car, down one of these quiet back streets, that I noticed someone walking directly across the street from me, but keeping a few paces behind. I noticed him from my peripheral vision, and didn't want to flat turn around to stare at him. It wasn't uncommon to see someone else by any means. I was just always trying to be aware of my surroundings when walking the streets alone. I had to make a few turns coming up anyways, and the chance that they would be going the same way as me was pretty slim. But he did. He made all the turns I did, still walking on the sidewalk across from me, a few steps behind. I still did not want to look at whoever this was. I didn't want him to know that I was aware of what I thought he was doing. I quickened my pace to a speedy walk. I was approaching the first of two busier streets before I would reach my car. His pace quickened to keep up with me. That was the moment I panicked. The moment I was sure that he was indeed following me. After that, I started a full-out jog to cross the first of the busier streets. He ran to keep up behind me, and was now on the same side of the street that I was. I was now nearly at my car. I had to cross the last busy street and get about 100 meters and I would be there. But it was crossing the street that worried me. I often had to stop and wait a good minute or so before it was clear enough to do so. If this were the case, he would catch up with me. But as if the stars aligned, as soon as I made it running to the busy street, I had a gap to cross. I booked it as fast as I could, finally turning around once I had made it, to look and yell at the man who had been pursuing me. It was him. I could have suspected, but now it was confirmed. It was the engineering student whom I had turned down for coffee. "Stop following me," I yelled at him from across the busy street. "Can I just talk to you?" he yelled back. I didn't even answer him. I mean, the answer should have been obvious from the start. and I was certainly never going to have my time to someone who had just followed and then chased me for about a kilometer. I kept moving quickly to my car, so determined to get the heck out of there that I didn't even care if he saw which car was mine. He had given up following me and never tried to cross the road too, to my relief. I got home and broke down. I mean, worse things had happened to other people, no doubt, and I was not harmed, fortunately, but I was shook. I had some anxieties walking to and from work after that. It wasn't long before a coworker and I would walk most of the distance back to our cars together after work. I even changed where I started parking for a time. A few weeks had passed since the incident, and I had not seen him around campus at all. I had started spending my lunches in the lab instead of outside, but occasionally I would go to the student center to buy lunch instead. This one particular day, the food court in the student center was packed, almost shoulder to shoulder. I was standing in line at a burger stall, and I heard a guy try and get someone's attention through the crowd. I look up and it's him again, waving to me and trying to make his way through the people. I panicked, and even though I'm terribly shy, I started a scene and yelled to him to leave me the heck alone. His face dropped instantly as people stared at us, and he slinked back into the sea of students. My heart was pounding, and I was shaking. I don't even remember if I ended up getting food after that. I went back to work, and from then on was even more focused on my surroundings than I ever was before. It's been 5 or 6 years since then now, and I still work at the university. I am so relieved to say that I never saw him again after the food court, and haven't had any other harrowing accounts on campus. I am still diligent about being aware of my surroundings, especially when I have to walk to and from campus alone. I never asked the guy his name, so I couldn't even report an incident to campus police or anything. All in all, I'm just glad that I never saw him again, and I can only hope that he never did this to any other girl before or after me. Meet Jane. I don't know much about Jane except that she's from a small town, and she moved here with her friends and boyfriend for university. When I first met Jane at the pub, I thought she hated my guts. She always gave me nasty looks, and when my friends tried to approach her friends, she'd be rude to me. Jane is pretty. Like, very, very pretty. Like every guy in town has a thing for her. But Jane's boyfriend is insane to say the least. They're regulars at the pub, and I've seen them break up around 3 to 4 times. And the waiter working at the pub, a guy in my friend group, says he's noticed them break up a dozen more, but they always come back together. A couple of months back, I had just finished with the gym, and I had just showered when my mom called and asked about this pub and how's the food there. I told her the food's to die for, and she said that she and my stepdad were on their way there. I told them that I would meet them too, because I was dying for some hot wings and a burger. We sat down, and me and my dad just start drinking beer after beer, and in no time, I had downed around 5 half-liter pints of beer. I was getting a little bit tipsy, but I kept pushing through. My dear friend, let's call her Tina, called and asked if I was down for a drink. I told her to come to the pub as I was already there. She's gonna meet my folks, and they planned on leaving soon, so she and I could continue. That's how it happened. My parents left, and Tina and I continued drinking on our own. The pub was closing, so Tina decided to go to the bathroom, and I walked with her inside to see if I could get another pint. We stumble upon Jane. Jane starts talking to Tina, and they realize they know each other. We all sat down to comfort her as she was a crying mess. Her boyfriend and she were done for good, and she revealed that he used to really abuse her, mentally and physically. I felt bad for her, so when she rested on my shoulder, I just let her. The next night, I get a DM from her, and she's apologizing about the trauma dumping. I tell her it's no biggie as we all need to vent sometimes. Albeit, I do that to my therapist, not strangers, but whatever. The therapist is a stranger I pay, I guess. We continue chatting, and she constantly goes between "I can't text you" and then texting me again. Don't text me, and text me first when I don't. Keep in mind, this is like 2 days since that interaction. One drunken night, she texted me to meet her. It was around 2 a.m., and I had my little cousin come over. That whole night we watched movies and had just fallen asleep, so I declined her offer. Also, I feel it a bit weird for me to hang out with her completely sober while she can barely see. I don't know, just weird to me. The next day she sobered up, and I agreed to meet her for a hangout. We hung out for a while and she was fun to hang out with. I did like her and worry about her and her ex. Soon enough, her leech of an ex left town, as he was never really interested in uni, just being close to her. On one of our dates, she revealed to me that she realized that she had feelings for me, and that's when she broke up with her ex, resulting in him physically attacking her. One day we had a date at her place, a little study date. After we finished studying, we relaxed on the couch and ended up making out. I went home and we continued talking about it, even exchanging photos, and then we hooked up. Now, I'm a person who likes alone time, so sometimes I just want to chill at my house and not really be with anyone, and she did not like this idea. She started spamming me with calls, saying how she could come over and we can chill. She'll be silent and I'd be alone. In my opinion, this kind of defeats the idea of being alone, as I'm not really alone in that situation. She threatened me that if I didn't pick up the phone that she would never talk to me again. This is where I snapped and told her that her lukewarm, at best manipulation tactics would not work on me and to not contact me again. She flipped out and came to my part of town, hanging out and waiting for me to come out. I told her, I begged her 1,000,000 times to not come to my house, but she simply said, "Nah, I'll pass," and came anyway. I literally felt so disrespected because all of a sudden I hold no value in life. When she texted me, "Come out, I'm here," I texted her, "Nah, I'll pass," and stayed home. Now she's following me everywhere I go. It's been months, and I'm dating the girl of my dreams, but that's not stopped her from being in my shadow. She learned my routine, when I go to the gym, when I'm at practice, etc., and she never fails to show up or drive past where I'm at. My stepbrother reviewed the security footage from our house, and we counted her car driving past my house at least 14 times in a day. I still get texts from her on the daily, even though she's blocked. She gets wasted and spams me with messages on WhatsApp, and then she deletes them. My girlfriend is absolutely livid with this chick, and said that she would not leave me the heck alone. I don't fear for my life, but I have warned my friends that if I die, it would not be an accident or a self-unaliving. She's in my shadow. I constantly have to check my 6 to see if she's behind me. This next post is actually an update to our last post. So a lot of stuff happened 2 days ago, and I couldn't update right away as I really needed to shut off as I had a huge exam today. But now, I can finally let myself process it without it causing any distractions. We met again, at my house. 2 days ago, I went to the pub with my friend Stan. He's a new friend of mine as he's a close friend of one of my best friends. My neighbor best friend Jake was in Durban to visit an aunt. And me and Stan went to the pub as his friend and my other best friend Liam was having the closing shift at the pub. So we went and visited him and had a few drinks. She was there, and everyone was giving me these weird stares like I had murdered their whole family. Finally, the shift manager whom I'm close with came to me, and she laughingly told me that Jane got extremely drunk and talked about a man the whole night at the pub while sobbing. She then showed them a picture of me, and according to some other waiters, she was throwing an entire tantrum because she loved me, and she left her boyfriend because of me. Regardless, I brushed it off, and had to fight off the player accusation, because I'm not one. Anyway, Liam finished his shift. We got into my car and we drove to my house where my girlfriend had already arrived. My mom and her were in the kitchen making dinner, and my stepbrother, younger brother, and stepdad were in the living room just talking, so I joined them with my friends. At one point, I was in the kitchen with my mom, girlfriend, and stepbrother, and my mom asked who made the kitchen into a mess this morning, and my stepbrother said someone else, referring to me and my younger brother. We burst out laughing, so I didn't hear the doorbell. My stepdad did, and he went to open the door. Jane was at the door. She had let herself in, and she was standing in the living room yelling after me. We came out of the kitchen, and we were just staring at each other. She begged me to talk to her, and I had just stared at her and told her that we already covered everything, but she continued begging me. My girlfriend pulled me aside and told me to just talk with her. Maybe it'll give her closure and she'll finally leave me alone. I took her to my backyard. She started apologizing for hurting me. She said I'm sorry like 15 times. I told her that she has nothing to apologize for, and that I sadly cannot forgive manipulations that easy, and that she should give up. She started blaming the alcohol on it, and how she was drunk that night. And I told her that she's been drunk every day for 9 months now since she's arrived in this town, and she only knows me for 6 of those 9 months. She tells me how she used to drink herself crazy back then because of me too. Here's where I snapped, and I told her, I just caught her in another one of her lies, and she smirked, gave me this creepy look and said, I love lying to you. The look she gave me sent shivers down my spine. My yard was dark, and her eyes just seemed demonic for a moment. She was continually getting closer to me, and I froze. I couldn't step back. Not that she'd hurt me as if I'm 6'2" with 250 pounds, but a knife would do some damage. But Jane had another idea. She launched herself at me, locking her lips with mine. I pushed her off, yelling for her to stop, yelling no, no, no. I walked inside. I was mad. My girlfriend looked like she was about to beat her up. I looked at my stepdad and begged him to drive her home. They got her out of my house as she was kicking and screaming, but then she refused my stepdad's car ride and decided to walk. In the middle of the night, and whoever lives in South Africa knows how stupid that idea is. Anyway, she got home safe, as I woke up to texts from her on WhatsApp that she had deleted, from a phone number she had me blocked from. So I pray that she's actually done with me this time, because this is just too much to handle. I worked as a flight attendant for a few years when I decided to take an extended sabbatical from college. There were a handful of let's not meet situations that I encountered, but one in particular still makes my skin crawl more than any other. I was born and raised in Texas, but I had moved to New York when I was 21. So when I found out at the beginning of a week-long trip that I'd have a couple of overnights in Austin, I was super excited to go to my home state for a few days. My brother lived just north of the city, and we planned to hang out and go to dinner the night we arrived when he got off of work. And the following days, we were going to meet up with our dad who lived about an hour away. So I get to the hotel downtown. The crew and I check in, and then we each head off to our respective rooms. Short elevator ride and I get to mine, where not even 5 minutes later there's a loud hard knock on the door. It was only around 1 or 2 p.m., and I hadn't called either my dad or brother to let them know that I was in town yet, so they would not know what room. I assumed it was maybe one of my crewmates, so I headed to that door. Before even making it to the door, however, a loud male voice on the other side boomed. "The front desk sent me about the bathroom problem you called in." Before trying to open the door, "Unlock the door and open up, miss. I need in now." I froze in my tracks. I hadn't even been in the bathroom yet, let alone called anything to the front desk. I'm a petite chick, and while I don't take anything from anyone despite my size, I still err on the side of caution. Slowly inching toward the door to look out the peephole, all I could tell was that the man on the other side was at least 6 foot tall, and easily over double my weight. No way in heck was I going to unlock the door. I responded to the guy, telling him that he must have had the wrong room. He continued pounding on the door while constantly turning the handle, telling me no, he needed in and was getting in the room one way or another. I panicked, but thankfully had the sense to grab the phone and call the front desk. The concierge confirmed that they had neither sent anyone up to the room, nor had they received a call about the bathroom. The entire time, this guy was still determined to get into my room, pounding and yelling. Luckily for me, the front desk had dispatched security to my floor. When the security officers step off the elevator a few seconds later, I can hear them in the hall approach and ask the guy who he was, what he was doing, and telling him that he needed to leave the hotel. He immediately gets hostile and aggressive towards them, and the front desk clerk I'm still on the phone with tells me that police have been called and are on their way. In the meantime, I'm trapped in my room, scared to death. Long story short, the cops show up pretty quickly and manage to arrest the guy for trespassing and criminal menacing or something like that. I later found out that the guy was also wanted in connection to a string of break-ins and violent assaults in Austin. He had seen and stalked me from the minute that I entered the hotel lobby. Apparently, I was exactly his type of victim. Nothing else happened after that. But it still rattled the crap out of me for the rest of my stay in that hotel. Back in 2018, I was 17 around that time, living in foster care. The group home was situated on a busy street. Despite living in the city, we had a backyard, basketball court, picnic table, and at the very back some grass. The whole backyard was surrounded by 2-meter-tall chain-link fences. There were houses to the right and left of ours. At the very back of the yard, on the other side of the fence, there was a public walking and biking path that stretched at least a dozen kilometers. This path would take you through this huge park along the water, to the beach, etc. It's a very popular area for people to visit. I was a regular cannabis smoker, although I was always very well put together for a teenager. The group home workers agreed to turn a blind eye on me as long as I didn't make it obvious. So on weekend mornings, I'd go for a walk to the park behind the house. I'd roll up on a park bench and smoke. One day, everything changed. It was a weekend morning as usual at 7 a.m. I made my way to my favorite park bench. I'm sitting there with my joint in my hands. It was quite windy and it kept lighting out. Facing the water, about 100 meters of field between the waterfront and I notice a man stomping through the field heading straight for me. He hadn't seemed like he was on a leisurely walk at all. I remember thinking to myself, 1, why is he not using the paved path? 2, why does it seem like he's walking straight towards me? 3, what is he holding? And 4, is anybody else around? Panic ensued. He was holding something chunky in one of his hands. I looked around for someone. Noticed an elderly woman walking from the direction of the group home. She was about 20 meters away from me. I sped walk towards the woman. By the time I got to her, the man had made it to the bench I was sitting on. The woman kept walking towards the bench, and I in the opposite direction. For a moment, I looked back to make sure the man wasn't following me, or worse. I see the man lay his brick down on a pile of rocks behind the bench. The woman stopped walking. I'm guessing she had processed something peculiar. Thankfully, the man kept moving straight towards the boulevard and not to be seen in the park. The woman then turns around, and she looks at me with this shocked stare in her eyes. I remember feeling reassured. We both continued on with our days without saying a single word. That same day, at around 9 p.m., people aren't allowed to smoke within 10 meters of an entry to an establishment, and there was only one light in the backyard. It was above the entry to the establishment. So this girl in my group home goes out for a smoke in the backyard. No lights. Like 3 minutes later, she's banging on the door yelling. I let her in. She's freaking out. We're trying to get answers out of her. Then she explains that there was a man. He stood there on the path. She watched and stared, taking pulls of her cigarette. The man then starts walking towards her and starts climbing the fence. That's when I shared my story from that same morning. To be honest, I thought I was being paranoid at first, but when someone tried to hop the fence, I believe it was the same man. The workers on shift that night called the police, and the police started patrolling the path at night. The group home added some garden lights in the back, and I hope that this person never lays hands on anyone. So I have a good story about something that happened to my ex-partner and I back in 2014. So, my partner and I decided that she was going to go on birth control and made an appointment with the OBGYN at our university's student health services. I take her in. She goes to her appointment and I wait in the waiting room. She comes back out and I leave. While in there, I noticed the man at the front desk kept looking at me and darting away when I made eye contact. Fast forward to the next evening. My partner and I are having dinner at about 8 p.m. when her phone rings. She answers, and it's the guy from the front desk at the Student Health Services office. He introduces himself as such. He goes on to tell her that the STD test came back clean. They do this before you go on birth control, which is odd, because they usually put that info online in a secure portal. Then he starts asking about her sexual history and how many partners she's had. Although she was uncomfortable with answering this, she did, thinking that the front desk guy was asking for information from the doctor. Then he asks if the person she was with was her husband, and she said, "No, it's my boyfriend." Then he says something along the lines of, "Well, I think you're beautiful and clean, and I'll treat you better than him. I want you to come over to my apartment." Startled and confused, she said, "Wait, excuse me? That's inappropriate. Please let me talk to the doctor." He responded, "I'm not at the office. It's closed. I'm calling you from my cell phone." She asks, "Well, how did you get my number? I didn't give it to you." He said, "Oh, I know. It was in your file. I thought you were beautiful, so I added it to my phone after you had no STDs. I also saw your address was near mine, so I'd like to come over. Don't worry about your boyfriend. I can take care of him. I can come over now if you'd like." So she hung up the phone immediately and we called the police and filed a report. I spent the night looking at the front door with a baseball bat. The next day, we ended up starting a case with the school because it was student health services. They tried apologizing at first and saying he was new, but we said, "Oh no, this is not ignorance." We called the dean of the health department and told them what happened and that we were going to file a lawsuit. Needless to say, he was immediately fired and expelled from the school. As he was an international student, he also had to leave the country. Because we didn't want to cost our school money, and they acted swiftly, we didn't pursue any further legal actions. But I still can't get over it sometimes. Update 1. A few of you are mentioning litigation. While I'm sure that we could have, it wasn't something that we were interested in. It's our alma mater, and that money would be coming out of resources, scholarships, and opportunities for other students. Once we went to someone, they not only believed us, but acted swiftly and decisively, and that's all we wanted. Update 2. He wasn't deported, but he was on a student visa and expelled, and the university made sure that he was on his way home. very soon. Back in 2013, I was living with my ex at the time who lived near a nice country village, and as I was in between jobs at the time, I picked up a job at a local garden center. It was casual retail work, fairly decent pay, and easygoing enough that I could take coffee breaks frequently and wear basically whatever I liked as long as I wore my work polo shirt. It was walking distance from my ex's house, and full of people of all ages who were the most lovely people I ever met. Most of the regular customers who came to the garden center were usually sweet old people who would visit the cafe because we had free teas and discounted lunches for OAPs if they had a store card. So you often got to know all of them, and some of them we gave nicknames. Most of them sweet, like Pink Hair Lady, who wore a tasseled leather jacket and bright pink hair. Then there was Camper Van Couple, who used to drive a really cool camper van with bright orange flowers painted on it. You get the idea. With Creepy Artist Man, though, he gave most of the young girls weird vibes. He wore a straw hat, had round gold-rimmed glasses, and would wear strange graphic shirts with naked women on them. He always wore ripped jeans where his knees were always hanging out of them, which were always dirty with paint or mud or something. He had this weird half-smile that would never leave his face, and a kind of leer that made people feel uncomfortable. He would take off his glasses and clean them constantly, which kind of made you feel like he was trying to get a better look at the girls who worked there, especially the younger ones, 16-plus school leavers usually. Anyway, it was a roasting hot summer's day, and I had gratefully accepted the job of watering the hanging baskets outside, where I could avoid the humid, sweaty heat of the greenhouses. I was wearing black shorts and my red polo, and my tool belt to prune and dead head plants as I went. With the hose in my hand and sunglasses on my face, I was busy but enjoying the solitary job at the quietest part of the garden center. Well, hello there. Out of practically nowhere, he slipped out behind some wooden trellises and looked me up and down, smiling with his weird, too small teeth. His eyes lingered on me for what felt like an uncomfortable few seconds, and I turned off my hose and asked him if he needed anything. He shook his head and kind of shrugged, still smirking at my legs. I'll call him Cag for ease. Me. Okay, sir, have a nice day. Let me know if you need anything. I turned to continue. Cag. I've never seen you here before, you're a new one. Me. Huh? Me? Well, I've been here for 8 months now. Cag. I must have missed the memo that a beauty like you started. You have a nice tan. You look young. Me. Thanks, I'm 23. Anyways, I have to get back to work. Cag. Nice to meet you. I suddenly remember my name badge and get slightly irritated that he now knew my full name. I make a beeline for the smoking area, where the tool shed was, with an excuse to grab some smaller gardening gloves, and by the time I returned to the floor, he had left. As the weeks went by, he would come into the store regularly, usually mid-afternoon, coincidentally, or so I thought, around the time I started my shift. Most of the time I was the only cashier, so I would have to serve him. He would buy the most smallest, pointless things, like floristry wire, or a tiny bag of birdseed. It seemed like he would purposely make a purchase with the intention of interacting with me. He would make comments about my appearance, statements mostly like, "You have your hair different today. Yesterday you had it down. You have new glasses." Or, "That's a different lip color to yesterday." He would always announce my name loudly and deliberately during every interaction. I felt uncomfortable, but I was 23 and just politely shrugged it off. Around Christmas time, I was decorating the artificial trees, and he cornered me in the forest of them at the back of the store. He jumped out from behind one and made me jump, to which I was kind of angry about him doing, because I dropped a glass ornament and it had smashed. He bent down also and tried to help, grabbing my wrist and telling me not to touch the glass. His grip was scarily tight and forceful, and his hands were clammy and gross. I slipped my hand out of his grip and asked if I could help him with anything. That's when it got weird. He pulled out a leaflet from his back pocket and told me he was an artist and had a Christmas art show happening in the local church hall, and he wanted me to go with him. He told me that he was a painter, and he thought I would like his work. I had never indicated I was interested in art, to him or anyone else for that matter, which is why I thought it was strange. I asked him if he wanted me to pin the leaflet to the local event board, and he reached out and touched my arm and said, "No, the invitation is specifically for you." He pointed his finger and jabbed it into my breast and he said, "You." So I'm standing there in a dark corner obscured from view by artificial Christmas trees, just kind of cornered by this guy who was touching me. I cringed away and said, "I was busy with my boyfriend that day, sorry," and kind of scampered off. I remember feeling really strange after that. The fact he grabbed my wrist and jabbed his finger into my chest that way. I told a few of my colleagues about it, and they all told me they would warn me next time he was in the store, so I could maybe hang out at the storeroom until he was gone. Well, that memo must have missed a few of the temp Christmas staff, because one day I get told by one, "Your friend is asking for you at the tills." It wasn't unusual for my friends to stop by, as it was fairly popular for gifts, etc. So thinking it was maybe my ex's mom or something, I head to the till, and there he is. He's holding a piece of paper. I cringe, but he had seen me now, so I walk over and ask what he needed from me. He passed the paper over and asked me to open it. Folded up was a drawing of me, with exaggerated breasts and cartoon-like eyes watering the hanging baskets in a sexual kind of position. I kind of stood there and said thank you, but I couldn't keep it, as I thought it was inappropriate to take gifts from customers. I handed it back to him, and he kind of looked at me with this angry stare. He turned around and walked out without another word. By this point, I had had enough. I knocked on my manager's door and told him about the whole scenario that just happened, and all the previous interactions I had had with him over the past year. He watched the CCTV, and agreed that it was so strange the way he gave me this gross picture, and told me he would talk to him if he came back. He praised me for my reaction to his advances, and said I was doing the right thing, and he would try and see him off next time. The next day was a Sunday, and I was not due into work. My boss calls me and tells me he just received a call from HQ stating that an anonymous caller had called in to report a staff member inappropriately coming onto a customer. The staff member they had described and named was me. The caller had said that I had been inappropriate towards him at work, offered to have sex with him, had led him on and obviously promiscuous, and that I had been pursuing him for over a year. The jerk even described a fictitious relationship we had had and ranted loudly about how I had been cheating on my boyfriend before hanging up. HQ luckily didn't believe a word, as my manager had already mentioned the guy to one of the higher-ups, but they thought it was wise to let me know about this crazy guy and suggest I report it to the police. The next day, I did just that. The officer I spoke to said that he matched the description of a man, somebody who often harasses young girls in the local area. He was also known to stalk girls in his car and had attempted to abduct a young girl 4 years ago. The police officers assured me they would file the report and talk to him officially, and that he was not allowed in the garden center or anywhere near me again. And if he did, I was to call the police and he would be arrested. Unfortunately, though, it never stopped him sending a ranting letter to my workplace addressed to me saying he would kill himself if I didn't take him back and receive his gift he drew of me. Fortunately, the police saw this as unsolicited contact and he was thankfully arrested. So, creepy artist guy, let's not meet again. This happened to me years ago, but still affects me to this day. I apologize for the length ahead in advance, but I feel like I have to tell the whole story. The summer after I graduated high school, I was still living at home. I was up late one night and was packing for a camping trip with my friends. It was unbelievably hot, and had the window open as I sat and folded clothes. It was around 2 in the morning, and the next thing I knew, there was a hand coming through the gap in the screen of my window. I screamed, and the hand flew back out. I was stunned, but there was a part of me that wondered if it was my younger brother pranking me. I got up and looked out the window and just saw the figure of a man staring back at me. I ran into my brother's room, and he was there playing video games. We called the police, who came and searched the area. They found nothing, warned me and my parents to lock the windows and doors, and left. We were all still shaken up, and my mom had a feeling that he would come back. It turns out that my mother's intuition was right. She went outside and waited on our back porch. After 20 minutes or so, she saw a man dressed in black slink into our backyard along the tree line. There wasn't a fence on that side, unfortunately. He hid behind a tree for a few seconds, and then ran to another tree and hid there, slowly working his way towards my window. My mother yelled something to him and he took off running. The police came back out and again found no trace of him. I never opened that window again, not even the curtains. My parents installed some motion detecting lights, and that seemed to be the end of that. About 6 months later, my friend and I got an apartment downtown together. We were really excited as this was our first place on our own. The apartment wasn't exactly the best quality, but it was so fun to be living in the city. The downside was that it was street parking only. After a few weeks, my car was broken into. Nothing was taken, but a single rose sat on the passenger seat. It was creepy, but I vowed to be vigilant and safe. I always tried to park close to the entrance near the lights, but often it was difficult to get those spots, and I would often have to park further away on darker streets. Things quickly began escalating at this point. My car was broken into at least once a week. Most of the time, a flower was left, which I always threw on the ground. But once, a pair of man's underwear was left, and even more creepily, once a bag of Tootsie Rolls, as they were my favorite candy. This made me wonder if the person knew me personally, and I started to become suspicious of everyone. There was a laundry in the basement of the apartment, and one day I went down to get a load that finished drying. As I started to fold, I realized that all of my undergarments were gone. Another week, I had a male friend over from school, and his tires got slashed during the visit. By the time the first letter arrived, I had already started making plans to move elsewhere. The letter described a love for me that had been going on for years. He noted things that proved that he had been watching me closely. I was able to arrange for another friend to take over my lease, and I moved in with another friend on the other side of the city. It was a secured building and had an underground parking garage that was only accessible to tenants. I felt much more secure, and the extra money spent was well worth the peace of mind. Things were quiet for a few months, and then my roommate got a boyfriend. Most of us were wary of Ashley's new boyfriend from the beginning. For one, they met on MySpace after he reached out to her. Another reason was that new boyfriend, Matt, was extremely good looking. And while Ashley was a wonderful person, she wasn't the type that you would typically expect someone like him to date. Ashley was thrilled. She had never had a boyfriend and really felt like this was her Prince Charming. I thought that he was weird and creepy from the beginning. Matt was on the quiet side and always seemed to be sporting and uncomfortable. Leery smile. It was difficult to carry on any sort of conversation with him because he would always make it weird with some random facts that were completely unrelated to what we were talking about. I had deleted my MySpace when the initial stalking began, but I created a dummy account to learn more about Matt. It didn't look like he really knew any of his friends in real life. There were only pictures of himself, and the rest of the information was vague. My friends and I gently tried to discourage her from seeing Matt. He technically hadn't done anything wrong, but he was just so strange. She would immediately get defensive and would shut the conversation down. Matt started to spend more time at the apartment, and I found myself finding any excuse I could to avoid coming home. One day I came home from work and found Matt on my couch, alone drinking a beer. Ashley had been called into work, and she told him that he could just hang out. I was furious because I didn't want to spend any time with him, so I grabbed a beer and a snack and headed off to my room and shut the door. About 30 minutes or so later, he knocked on my door and suggested that we watch some TV and to get to know each other better because we both loved Ashley. I didn't want to, but decided that maybe I needed to give it a try. He put on a movie and I tried to just focus on the movie because I didn't want to talk. At one point, I glanced over to Matt and he was staring at me with a smile on his face. I snapped a what at him and he just continued smiling and said, "I just can't believe it." "Believe what?" I asked. He said nothing and we went back to watching the movie. He was still smiling. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the interaction had every hair standing up on my body. I excused myself and locked the door to my room. Another month or so went on, and I had managed to avoid being home for much anything beyond sleep and showering. Matt practically lived there, and had even brought a bunch of his friends into Ashley's room. I really didn't want to move again, but I was beginning to look for other options. On their 6-month anniversary, I saw a huge bouquet of flowers on the table and an already open card propped up next to it. I rolled my eyes and was about to leave when I decided to see what the weirdo wrote to her. When I opened the card, my heart started beating through my chest. Without even reading the words he wrote, I was shaking. The handwriting was exactly the same as the one my stalker had sent. I had kept them as evidence and dug them out of my desk for comparison. The handwriting was unique and identical. Matt was the stalker. I called the police first. As they were on the way, I called Ashley and asked her to come over. She was at work, but said she would be there when she could. I was terrified to tell her because I knew that she would be shattered. The police took a statement from me and actually went to Ashley's work to get more information from her, and they ended up breaking the news. Apparently, Ashley called Matt and left a furious message, even though the cops told her not to say anything and he completely disappeared after that. There was no Matt or anyone matching his resemblance at the place that he said he worked. Ashley had never been to his apartment because he said that he had been staying with friends while trying to save money for a trip to Europe. His family lived out of state, and she had never had a friend of his because he said that they had been falling out because he was choosing to spend so much time with Ashley. It was all lies, and in the end, she was dating a stranger. We don't even know if Matt was his real name. The cherry on the top of this whole thing was that we went through Matt's things. He had left everything when he disappeared, and Ashley and I decided to go through everything. There was a duffel bag that was full of gym clothes, but in one of the compartments, there were about 10 pictures of me. All were taken from far away with the exception of one of me sleeping. The sheets were current, so I knew that it had to have been at the current apartment before I started locking my bedroom door. A few pictures dated back to before the incident at my parents' house, which made us think that that was him as well. 2 pairs of my missing underwear were there, and I shudder to think of what he did with the rest. A Starbucks lid with my red lipstick marks. A necklace I hadn't even noticed missing. A few other random sick souvenirs. The police never tracked him down. I decided to accept an opportunity overseas that I had been considering and got the heck out of there. Unfortunately, Ashley and I quickly drifted apart. She had a really hard time accepting that her first love was a complete psycho. I think I had some underlying anger, maybe misplaced, for believing all of his lies and letting him into our lives. I don't know what his endgame was. Would he have tried to hurt me? Or was he simply content with being in my world? I'll never know. Being stalked changes you. Even when I lived across the world, I looked over my shoulder everywhere I went. I still have no social media accounts attached to my real name. I am married with children and know that he moved on to torment some other poor woman. But every time I visit my hometown, I am tense and keep a low profile. Part of me will always worry that Matt will resurface again. I live in a small, sleepy town, mostly populated by elderly people or people looking to raise their kids in a quiet, tight-knit area. The highest form of crime that goes on here is domestic abuse or someone trying to rob the gas stations, which usually fails since the only gas stations in town are neighboring the police department. I've always been a paranoid kid, my mother having taught me to be afraid of the world. Now I have schizoaffective disorder. I hallucinate often, and sometimes it's hard to tell real people from hallucinations. Tonight was a night where I was 100% sure that this man was real. The night began with me and my buddy deciding to hang out around late 8 p.m. We were planning on going to the local grocery store with a combined $25 to get snacks. But by the time we got in the general vicinity, we realized the store had closed 10 minutes ago at 9. So we decided to go to the gas station instead. Second best option, right? We turned, and I noticed a man who seemed to be in his 20s sitting near the courthouse, with his phone and body facing towards us. Please note that me and my buddy are both unconventional looking. My buddy wearing punkish clothing, while I was wearing green harem pants and a button-up. Fashion stars, I know. We both laughed it off and assumed it was just a guy about to post us onto Snapchat about how ridiculous we looked. A common trend among younger people here. So we brushed it off. We walked around the courthouse to avoid the guy in case he was going to try to confront us, and went on our way to the gas station. We ended up walking by the same side of the courtyard that he was on, and I checked to make sure that he was still there. He indeed was. I made a note of it and we went into the gas station. We both have had pictures taken of us before and people laughing at us, so we just assumed it was another case of this. The more I thought about it though, the more unsettled I felt. Alarm bells kept going off in my head, telling me that something about this situation was not safe. We bought snacks and left, walking by the laundromat back in the direction of the courthouse, as we both lived in that direction. I saw a guy in the laundromat that looked eerily similar to one from just 10 minutes before, but I didn't say anything. We kept walking, and right before we walked in front of the large window of the laundromat, I noticed the guy was holding his phone against the glass, right where we were about to walk in front of it. I panicked, grabbed my buddy's arm, and darted off in the opposite direction. I'm not sure what this guy's infatuation was with recording us, but I was done. I speed-walked back to the gas station. Meanwhile, my buddy was telling me that it wasn't a big deal and that it was fine. I told the manager of the station, and he recommended we go to the police. I'm not a fan of the police, and my buddy has a fear of them. But we had no weapons, no way of defending ourselves other than our hands. And who knows what this guy had on him. I walked to the police station next door, despite my friend protesting, and convinced him to come with me, because I didn't trust him outside on his own. Besides, the guy was now sitting outside the laundromat for some reason. After a small wait, we got our names taken, birthdays, and 2 officers came and spoke with us. We described the guy, and they mentioned that they had already gotten a call involving the laundromat and were on their way over there anyways. I described the situation and how he had his phone literally against the glass on the window, right as we were walking past it. And they both agreed that it was creepy, and they were glad that we came instead of going home. We sat outside the station to wait so that we could get fresh air. Eventually, they went to check it out, and were given the okay to go home. We went a very out-of-the-way direction, though, just to be safe. I work at a grocery store here in town, and I hope that I never see this guy again. So back when I was 13, the summer before 8th grade, I went on a trip for a month to Venezuela and Puerto Rico with my then best friend. My first creeper encounter was when we went to Playa Agua. I think that's the name, it's a beach. First of all, it was beautiful. It looked like a postcard. And while this isn't really relevant, everyone wore really revealing bathing suits. Everyone. though I guess it's somewhat relevant considering that I and my friend were the only ones wearing normal bathing suits. So you wouldn't think that we wouldn't gather any attention. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Well, once we had our towel and stuff set up, we were going to go ahead and get in the water, so we took our shirts off. We were wearing our swimsuits underneath, when we noticed a 40-something-year-old man staring at us. I'm pretty sure that he wasn't a local, but another tourist like us. We didn't even look mature for our age. If anything, we could have probably passed for 11-year-olds. And it was weird that he was staring at us given there was an abundance of girls our age who were wearing other, more revealing bikinis. In that same vein, neither of us were particularly attractive. Maybe he liked us because we were obviously American. We glared at him and he kept on staring. We figured screw it and took off our shorts and hauled butt into the water. Stupid, I know, but we were 13. Anyways, by the time we went back, he was gone. The second encounter was on the return trip back. We were waiting in the Miami airport for our connection back home when I wanted to get a drink. As I was waiting in line, some guy I'd say about in his 20s comes up behind me and whispers, "I really like you." I just turned and gave him a what the heck look until he eventually shifted away. I decided to not get any drinks by myself after that. But anyways, those were my stories. I hope you enjoyed. Okay, so I went on vacation with my mom and sister to Florida a few years back during spring break. The area where we stayed is a nice neighborhood, a neighborhood full of people's summer homes and getaway houses. We were staying in my mom's best friend's beach house, and the three of us were walking home from the house where my aunts and cousins were staying. Now mind you, these streets are pretty dark. There are a few streetlights on the corners, but otherwise when it's dark, it's dark. So my mom, sister, and I are walking down the road back to our beach house. My mom is walking ahead of my sister and I. We're walking side by side. And we cross an intersection and see a man in what appears to be a white button-up top and nice black slacks with an undone tie resting on his shoulders. He's a good few yards away, but he starts talking to us. "Hey, pretty ladies, do you guys have any jumper cables? My car just broke down back there and I could use some help," he said. Looking past him, there was no car. There was a streetlight near him, and we could see that he was alone. "No, sorry, we don't have our car here," I replied, taking my sister's arm and walking faster. The creepier part is that he starts following us at a distance. I periodically look over my shoulder and can still see him walking slowly behind us. Eventually, we think we lose him, but there's still a feeling of unease in the pit of my stomach. So my sister, mom, and I make it back to the beach house, and my sister and I quickly lock the screen door, turn the front porch lights off, and close the blinds inside the house, keeping a careful eye to the outside from the windows. My mom thinks that we're being ridiculous and the guy genuinely just needed some help. But I know my gut and I wouldn't be feeling uneasy if I didn't think it was suspicious. A few minutes later, guess who is walking down the street? The man in the white button-up stands and stares straight at my sister and I through the window from the street. I guess we weren't being that subtle. And then keeps walking, disappearing into the night. I have never been so terrified in my entire life. I recently turned 28, and I've had a crazy year. Started a new business with all that entails, and in the beginning of July, I felt absolutely exhausted. I had finally reached the point where my small business didn't need constant maintaining, and I saw my chance to escape and have a mini vacation. I sat down with my laptop and started looking for a suitable place to rent, and saw a photo of this adorable old-fashioned cottage in Gotland, an island in Scandinavia. I read up on the area and felt very drawn to the old history and culture surrounding the place, and soon I had made the arrangements to go there. The cottage belonged to an elderly couple who lived in a larger house further down the road, but other than that, there were no neighbors. The sea was only a short walk away with a private beach. It was heaven. I spent my days outdoors, swimming, hiking, renting a bike, and just enjoying the fairy tale inspiring nature. Maybe my happy mindset and the fact that I was determined to relax and rest caused me to ignore the slightly alarming details that kept adding up. Every evening as I got home to the cottage, some tiny little thing would have changed. The flower pot outside the door would be turned the other way. The thermostat would be turned up, and my passport that I could have sworn that I had left on the kitchen table would be moved to the counter. One day, I woke up feeling strangely sick, in a diffused sort of way. So instead of leaving the house right after breakfast, I went back to bed. Less than an hour later, I can hear a key turning and the front door opening. Slow steps walking around the living room and kitchen area outside the bedroom. Since I had clearly heard the key turning in the lock, I felt that it must be the landlord, and opened the door to the living room without hesitation. The man standing in the middle of the room looked absolutely stunned to see me, and it wasn't the landlord. "Who are you?" I asked, since it wasn't the elderly house owner but a younger bloke. "Sorry, I thought you were out," he smiled. "I'm Tommy. I look after the place for my parents. I stopped by just to make sure that your fire alarm is working. I hope I didn't scare you." "No, I don't scare easily," I replied, and informed him that there's no fire alarm in the cottage. In fact, I had already looked for that. "Oh, I'll buy one and come by with it later then," he said as he left in a hurry. The rest of that day I had a lingering feeling of uneasiness, but I pushed it to the back of my mind, and come morning I had successfully moved on from the incident. It wasn't until my last evening before going back home that it happened. I was packing my bags, loud music playing, cleaning up a bit, and just getting ready to leave early the following morning. It was dark outside now, and I suddenly realized that I couldn't locate my new sunglasses. I thought maybe I had left them outside when sunbathing, and I switched on the outdoor lighting just to see if I could spot them on the grass. And I was shocked to see a large figure standing pressed against the French window. I could only see the shape of him, but I knew instinctively that it was him. I switched off the lights inside the cottage to make it harder for him to see me, and ran around, checking that all the windows were locked. The next time I looked his way, he was gone. I felt so shaken and uncomfortable with his experience that I decided to leave and spend the night at the airport awaiting my flight. Only problem was I had to walk across the dark garden to my car, and he could be lurking anywhere. I didn't know what he wanted or why. Was he just a perv or actually dangerous? I even considered phoning the police, but thought of how ridiculous my story would sound. So instead, I took my backpack, selected a large and intimidating looking knife from the kitchen, opened the door, and ran for dear life to my car. I can't be sure that it wasn't my imagination, but I felt certain that I heard movement among the thick brushes as I ran past him, and I shouted, "I got a knife, stay away from me." I spent the night at the airport and went back home the following day. Not as rested or relaxed as I had hoped, but it did take my mind off of my business for a while. I'm unsure of the intentions my parents had, as in if they were going to kidnap me or anything. Reading these stories made me remember a potential creeper story, so I'll post it here. I was around 7 or 8 and on vacation with my mom and her best friend in the Dominican Republic. Punta Cana, I think. So I was swimming around and I met this girl. From what I remember, she seemed to be about my age, but I don't remember her name at all. Maybe it was Sarah, so I'll call her that. We would swim around and splash each other and all that good stuff. One day we were sitting at the pool bar drinking some chocolate shakes when she nervously tells me that her parents got a watch stolen from them by a maid. She didn't know much about it, and we quickly went back to playing. Thinking back now, the nervousness was odd. The following day, I was setting out with my mom and her best friend when Sarah and her parents come up to me and ask if I want to go with them to their room to find the watch by myself. I remember them looking kind of unkempt, and their presence was a little strange. I asked for permission to go, but was told no. Of course, I was pretty bummed, but thank God for my mom's A+ parenting. I just asked her about it, and the reason she said no was because there was no reason for me to be going with them. Not that she thought I would be kidnapped. But looking back on it now, it does seem just a little bit creepy. I can't think of any other encounters I've had, but if I do, I'll be sure to post. I don't know where else to go with this, and it still bothers me. So, sorry if this isn't exactly fitting for this subreddit. This was maybe 6 to 7 years ago. I have photos on my camera still, but I think I haven't charged it in ages. Gave up on photography. You know how it is. So I hope that y'all will just trust me. So we've been going on these trips as a family for a really long time now. Probably 17 years if I had to guess. I won't say where it is that we go, but it's the Australian bush just to give y'all an idea of the setting. Anyway, we've had a few creepy experiences there, but nothing inexplicable. But this event still weirds me out, and I can't really think of anything that explains it. The year of this, my sister, cousin, dad, and myself all drove up together, and were the first to arrive at the house. We had to wait for my grandma to arrive with the key. So my dad sat on the deck with a beer, and my cousin and I went on a little journey. The three of us made our way to a little creek not far from the house that we nicknamed Bride to Terabithia, because of a tree that had fallen and acted like a bridge for us to use to cross the creek. This creek never had water in it though, and was not deep or wide, so we could easily walk through it, but the tree was fun. Anyways, my cousin makes an off-the-cuff comment as we walk across the tree, asking sort of sarcastically, "Is there something dead around here?" because of how many flies that were there. Lo and behold, we get to the other side, and there was something dead. We were greeted with a dead kangaroo. Nothing too jarring. I had seen plenty on the side of the road, but this one was cut clean in half. And when I say clean, I mean clean. Like it was a perfect half. There wasn't an ounce of blood on the fur, no blood on the ground, and the top half was nowhere to be found. I happened to have my camera on me and took some photos of it. Then my cousin poked it with a stick, and literally hundreds of flies came out. My cousin and sister kept poking at it, trying to move it into the creek, but a fully grown kangaroo, even half of one, isn't exactly light. Their sticks broke, so I grabbed it by the tail and pulled it into the creek so that we could bury it, but we really just covered it with sticks and flowers. We looked around, up top, everywhere, for the second half, or a trace of what might have happened to it, but we couldn't find anything. We ended up going back down into the creek and walking through it looking for something, and what we found only made it even more confusing. We found, if I'm remembering it correctly, 4 dead rabbits, but only their bottom halves, all lined up neatly along the floor of the creek until it reached thick brush that we couldn't walk through. Same thing with these rabbits though. No top halves to be found, no blood anywhere, and cut clean in half. Sorry if this was way longer than intended, but I hope that y'all will read through it and maybe give me some ideas to explain what this was. P.S. We still go to this area every year, and have never seen anything like this again. To start this story, I'm a male, and I was maybe 9 years old when this happened. My family and I were in the middle of a great family road trip in the American Southwest. While we were driving through Colorado, we all needed to go to the bathroom and stretch our legs, so we decided to stop at the nearest gas station. We had just visited the Grand Canyon, so this tiny gas station we stopped at shortly afterwards was pretty much in the middle of nowhere. At this point, neither my parents nor my two brothers were in any hurry to get back into the car for another day of driving through the desert. So, after we had done our business, my parents stayed inside the gas station to look at food and enjoy the free air conditioning, leaving my brothers and I to walk around the parking lot and stretch our legs. As I said before, this gas station was in the middle of nowhere, so I had assumed that we were the only ones there. But boy was I wrong. I came to discover that we were not alone after wandering away from the storefront to the side of the building, where I saw a blue sedan parked but still running in the farthest spot away from me. I gave it a passing glance and assumed the car was owned by tourists like me. I kicked rocks against the wall of the building for a while, not really paying attention to the car, until I eventually heard the sound of feet running towards me. I looked up to see a wild-haired man who kind of looked like Andrew WK making a beeline from the car to me, all while making eye contact with me the entire time. I'll never forget the wild look in his eyes, or the way his stare caused me to completely freeze up and grip the wall of the building, as if the world had flipped upside down and I was at risk of falling off. I was only a little kid, and I didn't really understand what was going on, but I knew that this man could hurt me, and he was coming right at me. I experienced a weird sensation where everything happened so fast, but at the same time, I felt as though everything was moving at half speed. As I stood there frozen to the wall of the gas station, the wild-eyed man took what seemed like an eternity to finally reach me. As soon as he was within reaching distance from me, my heartbeat quickened as I braced myself for whatever was about to happen. It was at the climax of that movement when I felt a hand grab my shoulder from behind, breaking me out of the trance that I was under. It was my brother, grabbing me from behind to tell me that our parents were done browsing the snacks at the gas station, and that we were about to pack the car up again and leave. It was at that moment when my brother rounded the corner that caused the man to change his route at the last minute and run right past us. The man ran a lap around the parking lot, and then hauled himself back to the car that he came from and peeled out of the parking lot as fast as he could. It seemed as if no one in my family, not even my brother who had grabbed me, had noticed the man or the car at all. As his blue sedan drove into the desert, I shrugged it off and piled back into the minivan, and we went on our way as if nothing had happened. I was so young that I didn't even think to mention it to my family. Hi, I've been a lurker for quite some time now, and all these stories made me think about some creepy encounters of my own. I decided I would tell this story first, because this one is that, even though it's a long time ago, I remember it quite well. My mom and I went on vacation to Italy a few times. This time we could stay in the house that's owned by the uncle of my mom. It was a nice house with a gate on top of a hill. My mom spent a lot of time there as a kid and as a teenager. When she was 14, she started dating an Italian boy who lived pretty close to where the Vatican home is. When we went there on vacation, she thought that it was a really nice idea to visit his parents who still lived in the area. She had stayed there a few times when she would go alone to visit her Italian boyfriend, so she was really curious about how things were going with his parents. We picked a day and headed out to buy bus tickets and went on our way. The bus was quite full and very hot. I was so happy to finally get out of there after about 2 hours. I won't get into too many details about the time that we spent visiting the parents of the Italian guy that she had dated, but we stayed there all day, so now it was dark out, and thankfully less hot. So that could only be a good thing when we had to go back to the bus again. Or so I thought. A bus pulled up to the side where we were waiting. The bus didn't look like anything like the bus we took when we went there. This bus was like the one that you would take if you went on vacation with a bus. Now that I think of it, it was really stupid for us to not look at the logo or even get in, but we just went in even though we thought it was strange. The whole bus was completely empty, so we took the first seats right next to the driver. He wasn't that creepy looking, just normal, I guess. Not all creepers look creepy, but still, there was something off. We had tickets for the bus, and since there was no ticket machine in this bus, my mom asked what she needed to do with them. He looked at them and just ripped something off and said it was okay. His English was not very good either, or he might have just pretended, so, he can pretend not to understand something we said. We got to an intersection where one was to our area, and the other one went somewhere else, and the driver took the wrong one. My mom and I got worried, so my mom asked him why he was going the wrong way, and he said that it was the right way. I could feel myself getting anxious, but at the same time I was young, so I still believed that he wouldn't do anything bad to us, for that time that I was in the bus. My mom decided now that we were not too far away from the place that we visited. She needed to do something. She pretended to get sick and told him to stop. He didn't want to and just kept driving. My mom stayed very persistent, and when she told him that she was going to vomit, he finally stopped alongside the road, and we quickly got out. While my mom faked throwing up, she was standing with her back to the bus. But I looked at it, and while I locked eyes with the driver, he turned off the lights inside the bus and closed the doors. For some reason, him turning the lights off really got me creeped out, and wondering what he was planning to do to us. My knees were actually starting to feel weak. We quickly walked back to the place that we visited. Outside of their building, there were like cafes and the real bus stop that we actually had to stand instead of where we were waiting in the first place. Traveling in a country, you don't live in a can, and it can be a real struggle. But anyways, in one of the cafes, my mom called a taxi since the bus driver had ripped our bus tickets. I remember both my mom and I were pretty shaken up by this weird and creepy experience, and I felt like I couldn't even trust this taxi driver. We decided that we wouldn't let him bring us all the way up to the top of the hill, and made him stop halfway up there, so we had to walk only halfway up. Of course, there was nothing wrong with this taxi driver, but we were just careful. Really careful after what had just happened. We got out and went up the hill, and while we were walking, we suddenly heard a loud breathing behind us. We both freaked out, and at first, I didn't want or dare to look behind me. But when I finally got the courage to do so, I saw a man walking his dog. Not sure which one of them breathed so loudly, but at least now I can laugh about that part at least. I think we even ran up the hill for the last bit. I've never been so happy to arrive safely back to my vacation house. This might not be the scariest story that you've ever read here, but I thought that I should still share it. I can't stay a lurker forever. There's this story going on now here of two Dutch girls. I'm Dutch as well. And they were on vacation, and they're missing. So it made me think of this story again. Back in the summer of 2017, a group of around a dozen peers pitched in for a house to get away and celebrate a birthday. A basic residential area around semi-rural lake near Shelton, Washington. The house had a separate garage with a few beds, where myself and a few others were sleeping that night. The house sat above the lake with a deck as well as a little pier down in the water. After a long day of cooking, drinking, and playing games, it was time to crash at around 2 a.m. With more people than beds, some were on couches on the floor of the living room. Folks had been drinking fairly heavily and were out cold. At around 3:30 a.m., I woke up with a need to use the bathroom. As I'm putting my pants on, I notice out the window the long, diffuse shadow of a person moving in some light on the street outside. I thought nothing of it, somebody just walking their dog or something. I made the walk across the driveway with the key in hand and noticed the door is unlocked. I go in to find a friend checking their phone in that drunken daze after only a short amount of sleep. Confused, he whispered, "Weren't you just in here?" They ask. I say no, and they ask if someone else from the garage was out of bed. I said no again, and my buddy shook it off, albeit super confused. Confused myself and a bit amused, I did my business and returned to bed, locking the door behind me. The next morning, all were awake and in the main space cooking breakfast and enjoying the sunshine. Two of my other friends, a couple, asked if there was any open windows in the house overnight, as one of them was convinced that a draft opened their door from a cracked position. Their bedroom was at the back of the house, past at least 5 people sleeping in the living room and 2 other bedrooms. There was one open window, but no others in the house, so I'm not sure about the draft. The guy that I had spoken to during my bathroom trip piped in to ask if they know what time this happened. They said right around 3:30, right when he thought that he saw me walk through the house, and I saw the shadow move down the street. We all got chills when all these details came to bear. It was then that somebody brought up a Twitter or Facebook post about somebody reportedly breaking into homes in the area for months. That story is linked below. We never reported anything as we're not sure that this is what happened. Turns out the guy was a perv and liked to watch women sleep. Now, all 3 of these events could totally be coincidence. But looking back at these years later, I'm convinced that our rental was victimized by this creep. Nobody in our group was armed, and I'm not sure if there was any security system. I also am fairly confident that I'm not the one who left the door unlocked. I hope you enjoyed the story, because it definitely gave us all the creeps. This is my first post on this sub, but I've frequented it for a while. This is really the only experience I've had that would fit on this sub, and it felt so surreal while it was happening. So, I'm a 21-year-old male, and this experience happened last summer, while I was on vacation at Myrtle Beach with my family. We were staying in a resort right on the beach, and we're on the 13th or 14th floor in a sort of timeshare. One night, I was feeling restless and having a hard time falling asleep, and at around 3 a.m., I decided to go out on the balcony to get some air. I stepped out and was stunned as there was a full moon, and the moonlight on the water was really beautiful. The beach was completely empty as far as I could see, and I had never seen it like that before. I decided since I wasn't able to sleep, I might as well head down, take a stroll, and listen to some music to relax. Hopefully when I returned I'd be able to get some sleep. It was really unsafe and dumb of me, but since it was 3 a.m. and the rest of my family was asleep, I decided to just head down without letting anyone know I was going, as I thought I'd just go and chill there for 10-15 minutes, then come right back up. So at the base of the timeshare we were at, there was an area with a pool, an outdoor bar, and then 2 boardwalks separated by about 100 feet, which both led to the beach. On the sides of the boardwalks, there were swaths of tall grass separating the ocean and the resort. When I got down to the base, the entire area was completely deserted, and I started walking down the boardwalk on the right towards the beach. As I'm walking down, I suddenly see someone approaching me from the beach, which was strange because I had a pretty clear view of this same area from the balcony just before, and had literally seen no one. I start to get a bit nervous as I see this figure approach, and as I get closer, I see it as a man, maybe in his late 30s, who has a backpack on and is wearing glasses with large, square lenses. As he gets closer, I get a clearer look at him as the boardwalk is sort of illuminated by lights from the outdoor bar. He looks very on edge and alert, almost like he is trying to find someone who is trying to meet him in this area, and his clothes are somewhat tattered. We made eye contact and I sort of nodded him and pass. At this point I'm creeped out. because honest to God, he had a sort of Jeffrey Dahmer look. Maybe it was the glasses. And he just didn't seem like he actually belonged to the timeshare. I shake it off and keep walking down to the beach and put my headphones in. As I get down to the beach, I turn right and start walking parallel to the water, and I'm just taking in the scenery. I'm barefoot and decided it'd be nice to walk just along the shoreline, so I move closer to the water and continue walking. I'm walking for no longer than a minute before I get a really, really strange feeling that something is wrong. I take off my headphones and turn around, and I see a dark figure that is trailing me just upshore. He is situated in between me and the timeshare. I immediately can tell from the figure's height, body type, and demeanor that it is the same man I passed on the boardwalk. At this point, I'm starting to panic, as every story from Let's Not Meet is rushing to my head. At the same time, I'm trying to rationalize, as it feels too surreal that I may actually be in a dangerous situation. So I remind myself it could just be a coincidence, and the man decided he also wanted to take a walk on the beach, and just happened to be headed in the same direction as me. So I take some breaths and turn my head back to the ocean and continue walking in the same direction. After a couple seconds, I turn my head back again, and see that now he is much closer to me, and is not walking parallel to me, but is definitely actually walking towards me. I pick up my walking speed now, and turn my head back around, and see he is matching my faster pace and is still walking towards me in the water. Still, for some reason I think, okay, maybe he also wants to walk by the water. There's no way I'm actually being followed by a creepy man on a deserted beach. So at this point, to truly test it, I do a 180 and completely change directions, and as I turn my head, I see him completely change directions with me, and continue closing in distance. And he is power walking now. It suddenly hits me that I'm in a really bad situation, and I take off in a run along the water, and he starts running as well, but stays up shore of me so that if I try to run up towards the boardwalk, he will intercept me. I'm freaking out now and just keep running with no plan, but figure that since I'm 20 and sort of fit, I should probably be able to keep running along the water and outrun him, and then find some other exit off the beach, and either call my family or head back to the timeshare on the road. So I keep running, but he's keeping up with me, and this goes on for what feels like 10, 15 minutes. The scariest part of all this, which I wouldn't have thought of, is it is completely dead silent. All I hear is my breath and feet on the sand, and when I turn I only see his shadowy figure upshore keeping pace with me. Suddenly, up ahead in the sand, I see a small blue light and what looks like 4 people on the beach with a blanket. They are a bit upshore. I turn and look at the figure and bet even though they are upshore, I can beat him to these people. So I start sprinting towards them with hopes of quickly telling them what's going on, so we can all confront him. I really use up my energy sprinting towards them, and as I approach, my heart drops. What I see is 4 guys on a blanket, with 3 or 4 handles of hard liquor surrounding them. 3 of the handles are empty, and the 4th is about half empty. 3 of the guys are just completely passed out on the blankets, and the last is half sat up, obviously beyond drunk, with a sort of party hat on that has blue lights on it, and he is talking to himself. His eyes are half closed, and he doesn't even register me approaching him, even though now I'm no more than 5 feet away. I turn and see the figure has slowed down and is observing me, and then I see he makes sense of the group's state and suddenly starts sprinting at me. As he gets closer, the half-passed-out guy's blue light illuminates him, and I can clearly see it's the same guy as before. I make eye contact with him, and I can see he's wide-eyed and looks almost manic, and is barreling at me full sprint. At this point, I decide I have to do something decisive. It seemed like I had underestimated his fitness, and since I had just sprinted towards this group and exhausted myself, I was afraid that he might actually be able to catch up to me if we just continued running along the beach indefinitely, and then who knows what. So, instead of turning around and running, I suddenly sprint towards him and to the right, which I don't think he was expecting at all. I catch him off balance and run past him, and I literally am full sprinting back to the timeshare without even looking back. Literally all the hairs on my neck were standing, and it felt like a dream where you're barely evading someone but he's right about to catch you. The adrenaline was crazy, and I keep running and start to see the timeshare. I finally turn around to see how close he is, and I see him in the distance maybe 400 to 500 feet away. He's lost a lot of distance on me. I don't waste any time and sprint up the boardwalk and towards the base of the timeshare. I jam the elevator buttons and leap in, and start mashing the close door button as I'm gasping for air. The door closes, and I hit the button for my floor, and when the elevator reaches, I literally sprint back to my room, open the door, enter, and then slam the door and double lock it. I'm breathing heavy and I drop to the floor and just sit there for a minute, not believing what just happened. I crouch and crawl over to my room, as I was literally afraid he might be able to see me through the window on our balcony, and I enter my room. Let's just say I definitely wasn't able to sleep after that. Guy who chased me on the beach, let's not meet again. I was on vacation with my family when I was about 14. I was in the pool, which had a bar attached, and I was casually talking to this group of British people. I want to say it was all guys, but I think I remember a girl being with them. I started drinking a bit with them. The legal drinking age was 18, but the people who I was drinking with gave me an extra wristband they had because apparently they were leaving the resort that day and wanted to give it to someone. My parents didn't know about this, and neither of them knew that I was drinking. They were clearly a lot older and kept putting drink after drink in my hand, and I was ecstatic because I was, getting drunk in a pool in Cancun and out of sight from my mother. They started to try to convince me that one of the guys in the group was 15 and that I should talk to him because he liked me. Even then, I knew he definitely wasn't 15, but he also wasn't as old as the others who seemed to be in their late 30s. In hindsight, I'm thinking probably mid to late 20s. I was young and just thought they were joking around with me. They kept telling me that he liked me and I should go hang out with him. I laughed it off the first time, but they kept suggesting. Keep in mind, this whole time my dad was in the same pool talking to his friend, and he had his eyes on me for almost the whole time. My parents are very strict. He didn't know what I was drinking was alcoholic, and the pool was big enough that you couldn't hear what was being said. At that point, I was totally wasted, and my first time actually getting seriously drunk. I don't even remember leaving the pool with this guy trying to tell me that he was 15, but apparently my idiot self did, because I remember thinking that he was cute. The resort is huge, and I don't know how I don't remember walking through the whole thing and not remembering it. I wonder what we spoke about. The next thing I remember is walking and approaching a bus stop that was a 10-minute walk from the resort. I know that it was 10 minutes because my family and I often went to the bus stop to explore Cancun. He told me that I had a nice body and asked me other things as well. I just started laughing, and he sat on the bus bench and pulled me onto his lap. At this point, my world is spinning, so I don't protest, even though I remember thinking I wanted to be back at the pool. It was then that something beautiful happened. I threw up all over him. Remember, I'm on his lap at this point, so it was like right in his face and on his chest. And I just kept throwing up, like exorcist-level projectile vomiting. He was extremely grossed out, and I don't remember what was being said, but we ended up walking back to the resort, and I never saw him again. I remember feeling so embarrassed, which is ridiculous in hindsight. I wobbled back to the pool area covered in throw up, where my mom had called the police, and her and my dad were freaking out. My mom's piercing voice sobered me up a bit, because I remember these parts a lot clearer, even though they're still hazy. They saw how drunk I was and demanded to know what happened, so I told them. Then they got furious. My mom was adamant on finding that guy or his friends who had all disappeared from the pool. I didn't really see what the big deal was back then and why she wanted to find them. To this day, I think about what would have happened if I hadn't thrown up like that and actually left with him. I was 5'2" and 14 years old, and he was at least a foot taller than me, and definitely not a minor. I remember when he was close to me, with no one around, and even in my extremely drunk state, I started to get a bit nervous. My parents took me back to our hotel room, and I spent hours in the bathtub just throwing up. My mom was furious, like completely livid. I wasn't too surprised at that because she yelled at me over trivial things all the time. So was my dad, which did surprise me, because he's always so easygoing, and honestly probably would have been a bit amused at me being drunk, throwing up. Not in a cruel way, but because I was learning a lesson about alcohol that we all eventually do. He actually straight up told me that at some point before this whole vacation. But I know that his anger wasn't directed towards me. He was cursing about the guy. I was still throwing up in the bathtub, and they had both went into the kitchen area to walk away from me. But I could vaguely hear my dad cursing terribly while speaking to my mom in our native language, and I was actually scared. I couldn't quite focus on his voice because I was legitimately drifting in and out of consciousness at that point. But I remember getting less scared and more just sad because I felt like I had disappointed him. He never got mad like that towards me. But then again, I realized later that he wasn't angry at me, and he wasn't angry at the drinking. He was angry at the scumbag. I remember wondering why they were making such a big deal. It was a few years later that I finally understood. Later on that day, because this all happened at like 2 in the afternoon, so I was at least cognizant by dinner time, I expected my mom to blow up at me over dinner when I was sober, as she usually does. That woman's like a live fuse. But they were both just kind of quiet and staring at me, and they didn't want to leave my side. I can't imagine what they were going through, knowing about the danger I had been in hours before, staring at me like it was a miracle that I was there. I was young and stupid, but I would like to give my deep thanks and gratitude to beer for constantly annoying my stomach to the point of projectile vomiting. This story happened in the early 2000s. I was vacationing in the Caribbean with my family when I was about 9 or 10 years old. This particular island, like many in the Caribbean, was largely impoverished. Of course, the resort communities where all the tourists flocked to were beautiful slices of paradise. As a young kid staying at a fancy vacation spot, you don't really think about the reality that you're in a foreign country that you don't know very well. You're not familiar with what goes on outside of the gated resort, and you certainly aren't aware that as well as being known for gorgeous beaches, many islands in the Caribbean are hubs for human trafficking, drug smuggling, etc. The sheer sketchiness of what I'm about to describe didn't fully hit me until years later when I was in high school and reading about the disappearances of Amy Bradley and Natalie Holloway, who both vanished while on vacation in the Caribbean in the late 1990s and early 2000s. One night, I left the resort with my family to go on one of those sunset boat ride sort of deals. We joined another family and took a shuttle to a marina that was maybe half an hour away from the resort. I remember as we rode to the marina, I got more of a sense of how destitute some of the less touristy areas of the island were. I saw many of the locals living in a small ramshackle huts, made out of salvaged metal, and that the landscape was very much barren desert, unlike the lush gardens that were watered daily within the walls of the resort. Anyway, the shuttle dropped us all off at the docks, and we went on the boat tour. It was an amazing time. The boat's crew pointed out unique wildlife and told us about the history of the islands. By the time we returned to the docks, it was pitch black out, probably at around 11 p.m., and barely being 10 years old, I was thoroughly exhausted. I hopped out of the boat and walked along the dock back to the parking lot where the shuttle had dropped us off earlier. My parents and the other adults who we were with didn't really seem to be paying attention to me, thanks to Captain Morgan and Stella Artois. And by the time they'd gotten off the boat, I was probably a decent 200 feet ahead of them. Now, the marina itself was very well lit, but as soon as I turned the corner to the parking lot, I may as well have fallen into a cave. I could hardly see anything. I squinted my eyes to try to see if the van we'd arrived in was parked nearby, but after a few seconds, somebody suddenly grabbed my shoulder very tight. "Who did you come here with?" The voice was scolding, accusatory, and I immediately began freaking out because I thought I was in trouble. "Somebody drove you here?" I began to speak and try to explain that I was with my family and we were waiting for our driver, but the man cut me off. "You drove here with me. Here, come to my car." At this point, the guy began pulling me further into the dark parking lot towards a vehicle I had never seen before. I wouldn't even say that I was panicking at this point. I was very confused and knew that something was definitely not right about the situation, that I'd been raised to listen to adults and didn't want to get in trouble for not listening to the guy. But as he continued to pull me towards his car, I realized that it was much too small to fit the number of people who'd I'd arrived with. And this is when I started to really pull back against the guy, and I was trying to break his grip. I was about to raise my voice and start screaming, when suddenly a set of floodlights turned on and lit up the parking lot. My parents and the group of people we were with turned the corner, and the guy immediately let go of my arm. I looked up at him, and all I remember is that he looked scary. He was bald and had scars on his face. He was probably in his late 40s. Clearly, he didn't realize that an entire group of people were just 30 seconds behind me. His eyes were wide, and he had a dumbfounded / oh crap expression. One of the men who worked at the dock called out and said something to him, but he sort of threw up his arms and shrugged and quickly walked away. On the way back to the resort, my dad asked me something like, "What did that guy want from you?" And in my childish naivety, I said, "I think he thought I rode on his shuttle and that I was lost or something." And apparently this explanation was perfectly reasonable, because we never really spoke about it again. Anyway, I guess the moral of this story is, if you have young children and like to take them with you to exotic or unfamiliar locations, remind them to be smart and keep their guard up, even in paradise. Hey everyone, I've been lurking around for a while now and finally decided to post my own story. Some backstory first. This happened this past summer in Zadar, Croatia. My family is from Zadar, and I have been there 7 times, so I know the city fairly well. I also know the language well enough to get around. Part of the reason for my trip this past summer was to learn more of the language. I went for 2 months and stayed with my grandparents in our village north of Zadar, same village as my cousin. As I was nearing the end of my 2-month adventure, my cousin and I decided to go to the city and drink with some of his friends. Since we don't live in the city, we had to take a bus as my grandmother didn't want me driving. Once we got to the city, I follow my cousin down some back roads until we get to one of the main roads, heading towards the old town. Like I said, I've been here before, so I knew where we were. As we're walking behind a group of girls, my cousin is still complaining about the price of the bus ticket. It was 39 kilometers, but he claims it should have been 19, which is about $6.12 and $2.98 respectively. I tell him it's not worth this much frustration, but he doesn't agree. In the group of girls ahead of us, one of them keeps turning around to look at my cousin and I. My cousin took this as they were starting to follow them, so at the light he said to turn left, onto another street, to make it look like we weren't. This was the mistake. I didn't care too much since we were going to the park, and it was actually quicker to go this new way, but we were going to meet his friend at her work, so going straight would have been easier. But it doesn't matter. We turn left and walk down the new street. I still know where we're going. Make a right at the next corner, and then it's a straight shot into the park. Heck, I even have a cousin that lives on that corner. As we pass a nightclub, Podroom, my cousin gets on the phone with his friend to tell her that we're on our way, but we might be a little late since we went a different way. We're drawing closer to the corner, and we walk around a bus shelter. On the corner stands a guy who looks to be a bit nervous. He has his hands in a little fanny pack in front of him. Once I saw him, I got that gut feeling that told me that this wasn't okay. My cousin, oblivious to his surroundings, keeps walking towards the man, so I do as well. Tell myself that everything will be okay. I'm in Croatia, not New York, so nothing bad will happen. I look up again to see the man walking towards me with a gun drawn. The moment that I see the gun, all the blood leaves my face. I start freaking out and yell "what the heck" in a wavering and obviously scared voice. It's at the point that I yelled that my cousin started to pay attention. He later told me that the man said "daj mi lovu," give me money, but I didn't hear anything. We're still walking towards each other and we lock eyes. We get really close, so we do a little turn thing. Now, instead of my left shoulder facing the street, I have my back to the street. My first instinct after yelling profanities was to reach down to my waist and grab my own gun. Well, I don't have one on me, so I do the next thing that I can think of. I grab the dude's wrists. My thought process was if I could grab his wrists and turn them away from me, I would effectively neutralize the gun, since it wouldn't be pointed at me anymore, and he wouldn't be able to turn it towards me because his wrists are immobilized. I'm not sure how I thought of this. My favorite TV show is Archer, so maybe I constructed the idea from all the Archer that I've watched. I don't know. Either way, it's what I did, and what I later found out to be the worst possible thing I could have done. In one quick motion, I bring my hands up from my side and grab onto the guy's wrists, and turn them outward. The guy looked to be in shock that I did what I did. His eyes opened wide. A look of sheer surprise appeared on his face, and he kind of jumped back a bit. I don't remember exactly what the next thing was that happened, but he quickly regained his senses and pulled the trigger of the gun. I'm not sure if I had gotten the gun pointed entirely away from me or not when this happened. Either way, the man pulled the trigger of the gun and I heard the revolver turn. My first thought was, oh my god, this whack job just shot me. Then I almost immediately realized that 1, I had not been shot, and 2, there was no loud bang that accompanies a gunshot. This bloke didn't even have bullets in his gun. I looked down, noticed the barrel is missing from the revolver. Honestly, the least important part. And back at the guy. The look on his face made me realize the whole little thing was up. I actually thought this was some sort of practical joke, and my cousin and the guy were going to start laughing at me for being so foolish for thinking that I would actually be attacked in Zadar. No such laughter came. I stared at the guy in his eyes one last time, and then I threw him away from me as hard as I could. He stumbled back a bit and just stood there dumbfounded. My cousin then started yelling at him in Croatian. "What the heck? Why would you do this? Get out of here," etc. My cousin then snaps a picture of the guy, and he turns off and briskly walks away. It was at this point that I realized the entire gravity of the situation. I start shaking a bit and getting really agitated. I could have died. I look over to my cousin and sarcastically say, "Thanks for all your help," to which he responded with, "I wanted you to have your moment of glory." I roll my eyes and start walking away. We turn down Ravnice and head for the old town. On our right is a fence and a schoolyard behind it. We see the man sulking about in the dark of the schoolyard. He sees us and walks towards us. I start to freak out some more as I'm still shaking from before, but my cousin whips out his phone and takes another picture, and the guy hurries off back towards the corner. My cousin and I quicken our pace, and soon we're in the park. In town, we talk about what happened and whether or not to go to the police with this. We never really came to a conclusive decision as we pass by a police station. We say, "What the heck? We're here already," and go to report the crime. I honestly wish I didn't, as we reported it at 10 and didn't get out of the station until midnight. I was mad. My cousin was mad, and his friends were mad as we had missed out on about 2 hours of drinking. I just want to take some time and say that despite this story, Croatia is extremely safe. I had never had any problems prior to this one, and never heard of anything like it. When I told my family, they almost laughed, thinking that I was kidding, because this type of thing almost never happens. so please don't think that Croatia is a bad country. It isn't. It's incredibly beautiful, and you should definitely visit if you can. Maybe just avoid the corner of Ravnice and Morolika at night. Hey y'all. I've been dying to tell my story about my experience in Brenham, Texas. I went to the junior college there in 2010 to 2011. My friend and I met some local guys that wanted to show us around. So one night they invited us to some house that they knew was haunted. I absolutely hate being scared, so I was very stern when I said that I wasn't going. No one cared if I went or stayed, honestly. I decided to stay in the car. We were parked in a Lowe's parking lot, and next door to the parking lot was a huge abandoned lot full of trees and tall grass. If you weren't a local, you would never even know that there was a house back there. As soon as they started walking away, I jumped out of the car and I was going with them. I was scared to go, but I was also scared to stay in the car by myself. As we were walking towards the house, there was a long sidewalk along the fence line. It looked like a newer sidewalk too, which kind of threw me off guard. As we approached the house, it was so dark. You could barely even see the house. The trees were covering the moonlight. So we opened the door, and as soon as you walk in, there are stairs to go upstairs. We didn't even bring a flashlight. So like I said, this is 2010 to 2011. iPhones were becoming more popular, and I had just gotten mine. I let them use my phone for a flashlight. As we start walking upstairs, there is the loudest sound of what I assumed were combat boots running from one side of the house to the other, upstairs. And we all completely freeze and don't even say a word. In that moment, my body was truly numb. I know for a fact I have never been so scared in my life. Everyone paused for a second and then continued on, as if nothing just happened. And when we get upstairs, there is so much junk on the ground. Glass, cards, clothes, blankets. I pick up a piece of paper from the ground. It turned out to be a thank you card. It was from 1920. We open the closet and there are top hats and clothes from what seemed to be a very long time ago, untouched. Obviously, people had vandalized this place, but there was still stuff from the 20s in this house. There were so many bed cots in this whole entire second floor. It was one big room, not multiple rooms. They had what I assumed to be bloodstains on them. Just as we're about to start heading downstairs, my phone completely glitches out, starts rebooting and has the dial on my phone where it's acting as if it's loading. Won't turn back on at all. So it's pitch black in this room. My friend and I had just went that day to buy her a new camera, and she still had it with her. We decided to just keep taking pictures to let the flash guide us back downstairs. As we're trying to keep flashing the camera, it starts glitching also and saying lens error. We had just bought the camera that day. The camera finally turns back on and is flashing uncontrollably. We weren't even touching it, and it just kept going on and on. My phone finally turns back on. We walk downstairs and I kid you not, there is a humongous chair with a tall back facing the front door. Obviously, it wasn't there when we just walked in 10 minutes ago. So I am immediately like, hey, it's time for us to go. My friend starts asking if someone can take her picture while sitting in the chair. I'm begging her at this point for us to just get out of there. She tells me, after you take this one picture, we will leave. So I take the picture and mason jars start flying at us. We start running out of the house and right hand on the Bible. As I'm running out of the house, a huge owl swoops down on me, and the guy running behind me jumps on my back as we fall. He was just as scared as I was. Once we got back to the car, I was in such a bad mood. I was so upset that we went to this place, and I was more mad at myself for not just sitting in the car. The local guys finally told us the story about the house. They said it was a veterinarian's office back in the early 1900s, and he would also foster children. The second floor was where the children slept, on the cots. and they said he started to go mad and started doing weird experiments on the children and killing them. I halfway believed this story. I was kind of like, okay, this is a local hometown story that gets told to all of us college kids every year. Until I saw the pictures that the camera took. The camera that had a lens error. The pictures that were on the camera literally gave me nightmares for weeks. I had to call my grandparents and let them pray over me because I could not sleep. At all. The pictures were kids' faces melting in the walls. It was the scariest thing I've ever seen in my life. I've looked for any records on this place. I've not been able to find one archive or article about it. I've searched high and low for anything about this property, and nothing. I just wanted to share this and see if anybody has heard of this place, and if anyone has any information or has trespassed like we did. I have so many scary stories about different Texas cities that I've lived in. Feel free to ask any questions about this story, or anything else. Preface. So I'm not at all one of those people who believed in anything paranormal or spiritual until after this experience. A year later, it's still bothering me, and I haven't got much of an answer as to what this even was. I'm hoping to get some logical answers to put my mind at ease, since it's been this long. Quick background. My partner at the time was in the military, an avid outdoorsman, has the stereotypical macho personality, has camped in different states, and doesn't believe in supernatural, spirits, etc., and grew up religious. I work in outdoor settings. I'm an avid outdoorswoman. Camped in different states. Before this experience, I was agnostic and didn't really believe in the supernatural, but I believed in people's experiences. On to the experience. My partner at the time and I wanted to go camping in the Allegheny National Forest for his birthday. He had this dispersed camping spot that him and his family used to go, and his family still goes there occasionally. I haven't camped in a while, but I'm an avid outdoors woman. This spot was about 2 miles from Minster Creek Campground. We went on a Thursday in September of 2023 in hopes of getting the area to ourselves, which we were lucky to have. We even checked out Minster Creek Campground and didn't see a single person. I do recall the area being oddly quiet in terms of wildlife. There were no crickets, frogs, birds, branches snapping or anything. It was just the sound of the stream the whole day and night. I know that wildlife starts to quiet down during this time, but I thought it was really odd on how eerily quiet it was. I could hear my own breathing, which was a bit unnerving. I've never been to a place so stagnant from wildlife. As nightfall came, we hiked up to the car that was parked on the side of the road to brush our teeth to avoid attracting bears at the campsite with our scented toothpaste. As we were brushing our teeth by the car, around 11 p.m., I kept hearing this drumming sound. At first, I thought it might have been some truck in the distance, brake checking, but there was not a single car or person in sight. We looked at each other very confused as it kept getting louder and louder. It was a steady drumming beat which echoed through the entire valley. It got so loud at times where I honestly thought someone had a boombox, or that my head was pounding from the intense hike back to the car. But again, not a single person was around. The campsite is a half a mile from the car, down a very steep hill. We had a clear view of the nearby dispersed spots, and didn't see any flashlights, fire, cars, or people. My partner was too focused on brushing his teeth, while I was just confused about the drumming. I automatically assumed after a while that it might have been some sort of fracking machinery nearby. When we finished brushing our teeth, we stood there and talked about breakfast for the morning, but the drumming got so loud to the point where we couldn't hear each other without raising our voices slightly. After I expressed my progressing confusion with my partner, he then also became concerned and started walking up and down the road with his flashlight, looking for anything that would explain this. At this point, 30 minutes has gone by. The drumming is still going. It's in a steady rhythm, and the volume of the drumming dips from loud to heavy to soft and light. I come to the conclusion that it's just some sort of machinery somewhere as we head back down to the campsite. I didn't sleep well that night due to how uncomfortably quiet it was, and I didn't think about the drumming for the rest of the night, nor did we hear the drumming for the rest of the night. The next morning, the day just feels uncomfortable, and tension starts to build between my partner and I for no reason. This may seem unrelated, but I promise I'm going somewhere with this. That following night, my intuition was screaming at me that we shouldn't be there. My partner saw how visibly uncomfortable I was, and said that he also felt like something was off there, and we made the decision to pack up all of our things around 10 p.m. and leave that night. The hike back to the car with our belongings felt like the longest, most exhausting and stressful hike in my entire life. Yes, it was steep and we overpacked, but I've never seen such anger from my partner about the hike. We were both carrying extremely heavy things, but it felt like it was impossible to get back to the top. He was screaming in frustration, swearing up a storm, and I've never felt so weak in my life. We finally get to the top, pack our things, and start driving. Tension eases and we reflect on the uncomfortable night and day there. The conversation goes back to not knowing what the drumming sound was, and we start to realize how unsettling that actually was. Unrelated, but on our way back to the interstate, there was an LED billboard that had information about a missing person with their license plate number. For some reason, that solidified for me that I felt like we were not at all meant to be in that area. Now, onto the aftermath. For weeks, I started to become obsessed with this entire experience in terms of figuring out what the sound was and why the area felt so off. I found someone's post on Reddit frequently from a few years ago about the exact same experience with the drumming in the same exact area around Minister Creek Campground. This made me feel less crazy, and when I shared it with my partner, he started to get visibly uncomfortable. He asked his family if they had ever experienced anything like this, and they said no, and thought we were crazy or just had too much sun. I never believed in bad spirits or bad energy until after this, and could almost feel it in my body. I started looking into spiritual practices that could remove whatever I was feeling, and my ex was also open to the idea, since he also felt weird from the experience. We did a couple of things, but then faded out after a while. This is also unrelated, but ever since this camping experience, our relationship spiraled into toxicity that I've never seen before, and he became a stranger. We're no longer together, as I didn't feel safe with him anymore. Am I blaming this experience for the end of our relationship? Absolutely not. But do I think this location caused a shift between us? Yes. Now for the follow-up. I got in contact with this gentleman who goes around the Allegheny National Forest drumming on his drum set with a mask I found online by searching. I was convinced that it was him. I told him about the experience and he explained that he uses a drum set and not a single drum like we heard. He also stated that he wasn't in the area during that time. His social media shows that proof, and that he doesn't drum that part of the forest. His geotags are on his videos. This was the closest I've gotten to finding an answer, but I do not believe this was him. He also just recently started doing this, which is also shown on his social media. I do not think this man is messing with me. Now the present. This may not sound like a big deal, or might sound like it can be explained, but I have been coping by becoming spiritual in a new age kind of way. This has helped me feel a lot safer from the experience and the feeling. That's how much this has impacted me. I wish I was joking. I still think about the experience on a monthly basis, and since it's getting closer to that time of year again, I figured I'd finally post something about this after fearing judgment. I really just want answers so that I can have some peace of mind. Is there a fracking site nearby? Is there some sort of logging equipment that goes off at night? Are there indigenous communities in that area that have ceremonial events nearby? Are the hippies drumming on a Thursday night that can keep a steady pace and not miss a beat? Are there kids in the area that play pranks on people? Please, I need answers. It's driving me nuts. Here's a link to the OG poster. As an avid bird watcher and a person who works in the biology field, I can promise you that it was not a ruffed grouse. Additionally, attacking me for my beliefs because it doesn't align with yours doesn't make you cool. It makes you a jerk. I've stated multiple times in my post that I'm looking for a logical explanation or answer, and I am sharing what this experience has done to me. I'm not sure if this helps with anything, but it was a full moon that night, which is also starting to make me think that it was ceremonial. Now we're going to read the original post that was mentioned in our last story. So I came across this group when I was trying to research my experience, and I'm new to Reddit but wanted to post my experience, as I've seen other posts online of similar experiences. I was backpacking last weekend in the Allegheny National Forest in northwestern Pennsylvania with a friend of mine and his teenage son. We hiked the Minister Creek Trail and set up camp that night about 4 miles away from the trailhead. We saw only 2 other parties that day, and neither were overnighting on the trail. We explored the area we camped in extensively to find the best campsite, and did not see any other campers within at least a mile in either direction. The rest of the forest was heavy growth hillsides on either side of the valley, without anywhere good to set up camp. At about 2 a.m., I was woken up by the sound of drumming. It sounded like a single drum, and was a rhythmic beat, like bum, 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 bum. If anyone is familiar with the Cleveland Indians baseball team, now the Guardians, they used to have a guy who would beat on a native-style drum, and it sounded exactly like that. It was loud and close-sounding, and it reverberated throughout the valley we were camped in. If I were to guess, I would say it sounded as if it was within 100 yards of our location. I got up out of my tent to investigate, and my friend had also been woken up by the sound. We couldn't see anything other than the dark woods around us. This continued for at least 2 hours until I was able to fall back asleep. The next morning we woke up. All was normal. We continued on our hike and did not see any other campers around. I have no clue what it was. I've watched YouTube videos of grouse drumming, and that definitely wasn't it. Obviously, it could have been a person, and likely was, but setting out in the middle of the woods at night drumming on a drum for at least 2 hours straight without skipping a beat? Perhaps is there some Native American ritual which calls for this? I guess this story isn't too creepy, but I've been obsessing over the answer to this since Sunday morning. If anyone has any ideas or suggestions, please let me know. A while back, myself, my girlfriend, and another couple spends a day on the beach along the Davidson River and had a very odd experience. We had found this spot the day before, and 3 of us spent the day chilling. One friend goes upriver about 500 yards around the bend and comes back stating that he's heard a weird noise. We disregard and continue the day, leaving without incident. Upon return the next day, it was surprisingly crowded. At about 3 p.m., the place empties out, and we are alone until maybe 5 p.m. We all begin to pack the car, that's maybe 50 yards away, and a friend who heard the noise and I returned to the beach for the last 2 items. We had been skipping rocks all day in complete failure, and decide let's throw a couple more before we go. We throw like 2, and all of a sudden my friend skips his easily like 40 yards, 50 times, and before we can even retract an extremely loud vibrational noise that I can only compare to buzzing off like a guitar amp that's not fully plugged in. It was so loud, and you could feel it in your chest getting closer, like a helicopter or something was going to fly over us on this riverbank. When it felt like it was going to turn into our visibility, it kept going and seemed to go over where the car was and up towards a mountain. The noise abruptly stops, and we both look at each other like, what in the actual heck was that? He looks at me and goes, "That was weird, but it's going to get even weirder if the girls didn't hear it." We return to the car, and they're both in the car, angry, asking what took so long, and saying that they didn't hear a thing. We asked them how long they thought we had been gone for. They said no less than 45 minutes. I would say that we were gone for no more than 5 to 7 minutes at the most. I've spent no less than 40 days at this river spot, and have never had anything else happen, nor heard of anyone experiencing something similar. So I was out camping with a couple of friends and family for a couple of days, and we were having fun. You know, just doing the usual camping activities. You get what I mean. The second day of our camping, rain was forecasted in the middle of the night, so we decided to cover up all of the stuff that was outside so that it wouldn't get wet, and started a campfire shortly thereafter. It's almost 11 p.m. at night, and I decided to go to my tent and try to sleep while my friends and family were still outside talking by the campfire. We all go to bed sometime later, at 12, since it was going to rain anyways. It's the middle of the night at around 2 to 3 a.m., and I'm sleeping like a baby, when all of a sudden I get woken up by the rainfall coming down on my tent. And I was annoyed a bit since I didn't want to wake up at 3 a.m. So I tried going back to sleep. Then this very loud screeching, eerie sound started, and it was so loud I had to cover my ears. And even so, it was still very, very loud. It went on for a couple of minutes and then stopped. When it stopped, I said to myself, what the heck was that? I thought it was some animal, but there were barely animals near the forest I was camping in. And even if there was an animal that made that sound, it wouldn't have made me cover my ears with full force, and then still be very loud. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think of what I heard. Me and my buddy were riding home through the woods in Alabama. We were going down a rural patch of road on an old highway. We had been hunting that morning and we didn't end up killing a deer, so we decided to fish and grab some food. The morning hunt felt strange, as if I was being watched in the woods. I'm a police officer and retired Marine, so I don't get spooked easily. A pack of wild dogs ran through where my stand was. I kept feeling that burning feeling of being watched. It prompted me to leave early. The dark woods of Alabama is a scary place. After the hunt, we fished at the pond for a while before returning home. On the way home, we ran into something I have struggled with since that day. It was exactly 12 noon when we saw it. Before I get into the incident, you need to know some history about Baldwin County, Alabama. The Battle of Blakely was fought along this particular highway. The battle was a bloody onslaught that occurred at the end of the Civil War and resulted in immense casualties. Now, on to what happened. We were around mile marker 18, and to the right there it was, on a grassy embankment in a curve in the road, just past an old bridge that we passed, stood a tall black horse with a rider wearing black armor. It had black gloves, gripping his horn of the saddle with a sword sheathed. This dark rider was massive in figure and missing his head. You heard me right, a headless horseman. The horse was abnormally large and was darker than night. The rider stoically sat in his saddle, facing the road as if he were waiting on something as we drove past. Now, I don't spook easily, and my buddy doesn't believe in that kind of thing. As we passed the horseman, time seemed to slow down as I sucked in every detail. I remember everything about it. My buddy also stared in disbelief as we seemed to glide past in the safety of the truck, like some sort of safari from heck. Now here's where it gets weird. So when we passed it, I looked back in the mirrors and poof, Just like that, it was gone. This area was rural. The horseman could not have come from anywhere, or be headed anywhere that fast. My friend told me shortly after that he didn't want to speak about it again. He was shaken up about it. It wasn't until later that he recounted this story, and we saw the same thing. All up until we passed the horseman. His account was that the horseman was on the left side of the road, and slowly walked into the center of the road and disappeared. I saw him clear as day on the right side of the road. Has anyone else seen him? Please let me know.
I found the courage to post this after reading the numerous sightings of North American Indian mythical creatures, specifically the short people that seem to go by many names across the tribal regions of America. This exact type of creature has been sighted and discussed among Aboriginal people in Australia for thousands of years. In the southwest region, they're known as the Waraji, or hairy bushman. Standing a few feet tall, they possessed insane strength and speed. Prior to colonization, there were stories of their friendship alliance with Aboriginal people, but also there were stories of conflict and people, or even children being taken by them. There were specific rules Aboriginal adults told their children, such as avoiding water bodies at night and the evening, and no matter what, never ever whistle in the dark. It invites the Warajis, and it only spells trouble, although even some Aboriginal people say these stories are just to warn kids about water safety. Well, in 1998, I knew none of this because I'm not Aboriginal, and at the age of 10, when this all happened, I had never even met an Aboriginal person, or been taught anything about Aboriginal culture in school. It was the 90s, and Australia had an uncomfortable relationship with the truth and colonization. Every school holidays I used to leave the city and visit my aunt in the picturesque southwest countryside. I needed no encouragement in going because I loved the outdoors, and had free rein to run amok on the dirt bike and go fishing alongside the magnificent Blackwood River whenever I felt like it. And I went a lot. It was the 90s in Australia, and incredibly safe for a 10-year-old kid to roam the landscape for miles and hours on end, all alone with nothing but a trusty pocket knife. I was able to walk through my aunt's massive property to the edge of the forest, and then into the depths where the river flowed through, fishing for trout and redfin. On the last evening before I was due to go back home to the city, I was down there fishing alone as the sun was setting. I knew I'd get into trouble being out that late, but having already snared a few trout, I figured I'd be quickly forgiven. Plus, I was still getting bites. I remember having caught the fish and kept them in an old metal bucket. I was on my last few pieces of bait when I recall hearing a tiny pinging noise on the side of the bucket. At first I thought nothing of it, because large gum nuts often fell from the trees. But then it happened again, much louder and more forceful this time. I remember checking the bucket and realized they were small rocks and not gum nuts at all. I looked around assuming it was some kids from a neighboring property, which was very unlikely as it was maybe a 30-minute walk to the next property. The other side of the river backed onto the national park, where there were no other farms for miles. Plus, I hadn't come across any kids throughout my entire stay at the farm. This is where it got pretty scary. The rocks got bigger and they started flying in from different directions, cutting my cheek and hitting me in the head. At this stage, I started crying. I was only 10 after all, and dropped the fishing rod. I had 3 large trout in the bucket, and my intention was to pick it up and run back to the farm as quick as I could. As I bent to pick it up, I was hit by another rock in the side of the head and fell over. I pulled myself up, and I stared over to the other side of the river, the main source of the rocks. What I saw paralyzed my whole body with fear. It was nearly dark at this stage, but I saw the outline of 3 short-looking bodies covered in hair. I would have put them at maybe a meter tall, 3-4 feet, the size of small children but with the bodies of men. Their faces looked like they were part ape, part human. It was their eyes, though. Even though it was getting dark, Their eyes had this piercing yellow glow but were completely black in the middle. They wore no clothes, but were covered in extremely thick, clumpy hair all over their bodies, except from the knees down, and had arms that hung almost like cavemen. But here's the strangest thing. They stared at me almost without moving, like literal statues, with a curious expression fixed on their faces, and making absolutely no noise whatsoever. It made no sense, as only a few moments before rocks were pelting in from all directions, and yet now, they appeared frozen, except for their eyes, which followed me. I managed to pull myself up, and ran faster than all heck. My aunt was standing on the balcony, and watched me tear through the long grass as quick as I could, with blood and cuts on my face. I told her everything, and she called the police. One officer came by to get a statement, and he said he'd visit some of the other farms around town, but he was certain there weren't any other families in the area. My aunt just assumed I couldn't see the figures properly due to the lack of light, and maybe even suffering concussion from the rocks that hit my head. She assumed they were kids or teens. I know what I saw, though, and I'll never forget those murderous-looking yellow eyes. The next morning, I went with my aunt to collect my fishing rod and bucket. My aunt was shocked to see the fishing rod and bucket still there. She thought it was an opportunistic crime. We checked the bucket, and what we saw made our skin crawl. 3 perfect trout skeletons were floating in the bucket, not one morsel left. We don't have bears and wolves in Australia, and even the odd dingo or fox wouldn't devour an entire fish and leave its skeleton there without the bucket being tipped over. The whole ordeal was terrifying, but as things tend to happen when you're a kid, you just forget about it, or it lives somewhere in the back of your mind rent-free for a while. The police officer found nothing of note, and as nothing was stolen, there was no need for further inquiry. It was the talk of the country pub for a few weeks, though. My aunt was a local. The town had experienced odd things throughout the years, such as the sighting of tiger-like animals in the deep forest, and other strange happenings reported by lumberjacks in the deep forest. It wasn't until I got into my 20s and become a social worker that I started working with Aboriginal communities in town. During celebratory events, I came to learn of the different Dreamtime creation stories, and eventually I had the confidence to tell an elder about what I went through. He recognized it as the Warajis straight away, and said I was lucky to leave that forest alive. He seemed to think that they must have believed I was an Aboriginal boy. I have a mixed racial background, and the protocol would have been for me to leave a couple of fish outside the bucket, skewered on sticks for them to come and collect after as payment for fishing in their river. But as I didn't, they reminded me, first few pelts, and when I still didn't, they eventually attacked. There aren't any Aboriginal families in that part of the Southwest, Caucasian only, to this day, which may explain why it only happened to me. The elder believed they could have taken me, though, for disobeying their sacred customs. That part wakes me up in a cold sweat in the middle of the night, because I believe they could have. It's not a story I tell to my family and friends, but will confide in with the odd Aboriginal colleague or client at work, and they tell me similar things. Don't even get me started on the Australian desert. I'm 36 now, and as time goes on, I find this event something I think about more often as the years roll on. Despite becoming more logical and cynical in age, I ponder its significance and proof of otherworldly beings living alongside us on this planet. Thanks for reading. Things in this world aren't always as they seem, and there appears to be much beyond our comprehension and what we are often taught growing up. This all started in the spring of 2018, when my fiancé and I decided to move back to her family's farm. Our first house was small, but the price was right, and it had what we needed with 5 acres and a barn. But after 5 years, the plumbing was having issues, and we found severe termite damage that was going to be more trouble than it was worth. Financially, we couldn't afford to build what we wanted yet, and even though we both swore we would never live in a double wide, That's what we decided was the best plan of action given the circumstances, until we can build our dream barn dominium on the farm. So our house is delivered and set up in March. We have 50 acres that is bordered by the Ouachita National Forest. To an outsider, these mountains may not seem like much, but it's one of the oldest mountain ranges in North America, and erosion beyond our comprehension dwindled what easily rivaled the Rockies into what you see today. This was a dream for an outdoorsman like myself. Not only did we have our own 50 acres to hunt on, but thousands upon thousands of acres of deciduous mountains to roam freely. But the farm did have its oddities, and weird things sometimes happened. The first year we dated, we hunted a couple times there, and I discovered very quickly the land behind the barn was uncomfortable. It just gives you the willies and feeling of being watched. This area has a rich history of a main wagon trail and Indian trail very close by. Then there's the history of the haunted inn that is on the property adjoining ours, with the inn having burned down years ago. There were many shootings over poker games and stagecoach robberies, some even reported to have been by the James Gang, and the possibility of gold buried nearby from them, or the Knights of the Golden Circle. Maybe that history contributes to those feelings somehow. The property basically laid out like a rectangle with two large barns on the east side, where the driveway comes up from south to north and runs back west. Like a large L first was our house. The next house was my fiancée grandma's, and at the end was my soon-to-be in-laws. I walked over to my in-laws to get some screws working on the porch, and that's where it all started, even though I was unaware until the next day. But more on that later. It was dark out when we decided to go feed our goats that were over at the barn. As we walk out, my fiancé said something big and black ran through the yard. I was like, well, how big? Our door is a mere 30 yard to the tree line that goes straight up the mountain, and we have bear from time to time, but she said more like a large dog. We got in the Jeep, and instead of heading to the barn, I turned west towards the in-laws to use the headlights, and sure enough, there was yellow eye shine and the outline of a large black dog that was maybe 60 yards from me. I get out with a cheap flashlight and call to the dog, but I get bow reaction. Just two large yellow eyes staring back perfectly still. So I approached the it slowly, talking to it, trying to call it over to me, and it just trots back toward my yard. So I walk down the drive back into the yard and trying to approach it again, and I get about 25 yards from it this time, but something wasn't right about it. It all felt off. I wasn't scared or feel threatened really, but it didn't feel right. Then it hits me. Like a ton of bricks, it was as if this thing absorbed light, like some dark void from another realm. No matter how hard I tried to focus my eyes or adjust the light, I couldn't make out anything with this thing before me. Then it appeared to be a dog that absorbed light. Cool. That's believable. It eventually grew tired of me, wandered off across our field to the road, and I wrote it off as a neighbor's dog and moved on with my night. The next day, my fiancé's grandma asked me about our big black dog. I replied with a puzzled look, and we don't have a black dog. She told me when I walked back over from getting the screws the previous day that it came down out of the woods and had followed me back towards our house. I told her that must be the dog we saw last night. I had told my fiancé about how it seemed to absorb light, and something just didn't seem quite right with it all. And it was also massive. My shepherd is 70 pounds, and our Pyrenees Anatolian mix was 85 pounds, and it dwarfed either of them. 2 days passed without seeing the dog, and it was out of mind and wrote off as a neighbor's dog from down the road, or one that was dumped. 2 a.m. I'm awakened by my shepherd and Pyrenees in the house, going ballistic, barking, growling, trying to get out of their kennels. I get up, walk to the outside door quiet as I can, while the digs go ballistic and flip on the light, and the beast was on my steps and appeared to have been sniffing around the door. Soon as I turned the lights on, in one fast motion this thing did a 180, leapt off the steps, and was gone into the darkness again. But this time I saw it tail. A long, bushy tail like my shepherd's, but bigger and pointed ears. The black wolf. I know what you are thinking. It doesn't scary but to see it. the way it seemed to absorb light. It felt like pure evil, pure hatred. Something was very unnatural about it. My brother-in-law calls me a few days later and asks if I've seen a huge black dog or had any issues. He lives down the road and just through the woods from us, so I told him about it following me in the encounters. He tells me that his pit bull he keeps out back was going wild the night before, and he went back there with a good bright light, and 30 yards away in the woodbine was a set of yellow eyes staring back. It would close its eyes, and he said you couldn't see anything like it was trying to hide. This went on a few times before he finally saw it, and described it the same way I did. Yellow eyes shaped like a large wolf, but its body, that endless black pit. Somehow it absorbed all light, and you couldn't make out any details other than yellow eyes in the outline. The day after our wedding in early May, my brother-in-law calls me to tell me it came back the night of our wedding. They got home after dark, was just sitting on the porch, when he heard bawling and screaming from the woods. He grabs a 12-gauge pump, and his light bears feet to investigate. And there's the black wolf again in the edge of the thicket, just the yellow eyes piercing back at him. Deciding he's had enough, he took aim and fired. But he didn't expect what happened. A set of blue eyes suddenly appeared and dropped to the ground, and the yellow eyes vanished, seemingly. He cautiously approached to see a small fawn with spots laying there, where the wolf had stood slobber all over its back and looking dazed. He went to pet it, but it stands up, runs off right into a tree, falls over, gets back up, and bounds off deeper in the woods. He looked for the wolf but didn't see anything else, and there was no blood. He chalked it up to it had caught the fawn, and he interrupted dinner and apparently missed. We spent all our money to move putting in septic dirt work, etc., so our honeymoon was a weekend at home before it was back to work. I told my wife I wanted to go investigate his claim. We get to his house, and he recounts his story as we make our way to the location. I look for blood, hair, anything, and find nothing. So I start making circles in the woods, and come across a big doe that was undoubtedly the little fawn's mother. I find no signs of injury on her, and can only assume she was hit by a car, and that's just where she made it to. Saddened for the poor fawn, knowing it won't survive, and likely ended up being dinner for the wolf or coyotes. Days passed without the wolf coming back, turned to weeks, turned to months. Then the dream happened. We were at a horse show, and my mother-in-law's trying to get my wife to get this horse. I told her absolutely not. We are not getting another horse, no way. It was a solid black gelding with a white blaze on its face. Next thing I know, I'm in my kitchen, looking out the window into the round pen, and that horse is standing there staring at me. My in-laws had gotten it anyway. I went to ask my wife about it but couldn't find her. And when I looked back, it changed to a very dark, very weathered, haggard Indian-looking lady with long, matted black hair and dreads long yellow fingernails, and wearing a very tattered, dirty, long black dress. With it over her head, the material almost looked like weathered burlap or fringe. And when she saw me looking at her, she smiled. Even though it was a dream, I can still remember the smile. The nastiest yellow teeth ever. I spent the rest of my dream asking people about the witch that lives in the woods by the barn. Things pretty much calmed down after that for a while. Every now and then I'd see a tree with claw marks about 6 feet high. I figured was a bear. One night, while skinning a big 10 PT buck something between us at the barn and our house, lets out a huge roar, growl. Anytime you skin deer at the barn at night, something paces just inside the thicket. Sometimes it will come right for you, but shine the light, and there's nothing to see and it stops moving. Soon as you ignore it, it will start to move again. I always leave the carcass, and the next day they are gone. My wife was alone in the barn, taking care of a goat that just had babies and getting them situated while I got something she needed from home. These were originally hay barns, so the upper half on each end is open so you can hear outside pretty well when something growls at her from right outside the barn, and she tells me to hurry up and bring a rifle. But besides that, everything was pretty calm. Until it wasn't. I'm not sure what changed. It's been a few years since the wolf was around, but I couldn't shake the feeling it was back. I had off-the-wall nightmares, wake up in a state of fright at random. My shepherd would wake us up at 2 a.m. sometimes nights in a row, barking, growling, and wanting out. I let her out the first time, and she bolts straight up the mountain. I grabbed a shotgun that stayed by the door, no light, and took off after her. I finally got her called back to me, but couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I felt like it was trying to lure her up the mountain. Maybe because IT knew I would follow. Sometimes we would wake up because it sounded like something slapped the house, but we never could find anything. It happened again. My shepherd losing her marbles at 2 a.m. wakes me up, but this time there's terrible screams coming from the goat's pen. I rush out, but it's too late. Whatever it was is gone, and so is one of the goats. The rest huddled into a corner of the shelter trembling. I could hear the goat's cries as it was carried up and over the mountain at incredible speed. I felt so defeated. This was war. It has to stop. This land is ancient, but now it's our land. It's our home. We will not be ran off. I searched online and found no help, just a lot of people that fake scary things for social media attention. No real info. So I went to folklore. I cast some 405 GR bullets with silver mixed into the lead and loaded them in Starline brass. I was going to put that new 45/70ths with the tritium front night sight to good use. It was cool out that evening. I had my favorite meal in case it was my last. I had no idea what I was up against, or if this would work. Would it even show up again? I climbed up on my roof and settled in. The moon was about 3/4 full, so plenty of light to see from my elevated position. I started to doze off. I couldn't keep myself awake, it seemed. I awoke with a start. No idea how long I had been out, but it was silent. Uncomfortably silent. I caught movement by the drive, as a large, low black shadow crept in towards the goats. I steadied that green glowing front sight on whatever my adversary actually was, and squeezed the trigger. Click. Oh no. In my sleepy state, I forgot the stupid crossbolt safety that won't let the hammer fall all the way. The black wolf stands up on its hind legs, lets out the awful roar, growl, that we have heard before the most primal sound you have ever heard. It reverberates in your chest. It's so loud, but I could barely hear it over the adrenaline dump and racing heartbeat in my ears. I cocked the hammer again, took the safety off as it dropped back to all fours and squeezed the trigger. The heartbeat in my ears was replaced by tinnitus from the roar of the rifle, and I lost some of my night vision from the muzzle flash. The beast had fell to the ground, thrashed about, then bolted back into the woods. I stayed up there till daylight, watching. After the sun came up, and it was plenty bright enough to see, I walked to where the best stood, and there was a nasty-looking hunk of gray meat that smelled awful. It was the most rotten, putrid smell you could imagine. I knew it had to be there. That was a 405 GR slug that can easily stop a grizzly mid-charge. As I made it to the woods, I could see small spots of dried blood, but not much, and not creature. I followed the trail where I could see overturned leaves, a broken twig or ground disturbance. After I made it to the top, I was really hoping I had recruited some help. I pushed on, being cautious, and watching, trying to not be led into a trap of its own. I followed the trail over to the property line of the haunted inn. The land was up for sale. It never had anyone own it for long, it seemed, and I had a job to see through, so pushed on. It led me down the mountain towards where the inn used to be. Before I reached the site of the inn, the trail led me by what appeared to be an old unmarked grave, and back up the ridge, and up a steep narrow ravine with large chunk rock and boulders. At the very top was a small opening to a cave, or abandoned silver mine possibly. The area stunk so bad I could hardly keep from throwing up. The large rock overhang had some kind of old symbols carved into it, but no time to be distracted. I looked into the hole as best I could see, and I swear there was an old spear in there, like what the conquistadors carried. There was no way I was fixing to go in and find out, though. Between the smell, the horror of what I had seen, and how it made it all the way back here, I was done. I wanted to go home. So I did. It's been 3 years now, with no sightings or strangeness. I just make sure and leave a deer at that corner of the property every year. It's never there when I come back. I guess we have some understanding. How it all ties together is anyone's guess.
I don't think it's paranormal, but a very strange encounter, and I'm sure that guy was not a human being. So once I went to KFC with my family. We were standing in line to take our order, and then I saw a guy standing on the side of the line, wearing a baseball cap and a heavy black coat. I don't know how to say it, but he was gorgeous. I mean, he was very beautiful. Maybe he was too, waiting for his order. Then my husband said, "You wait over there on that side, I'll bring the order." Then I also went and stood behind him. But like seconds I went there. My baby, who was 2 years old, suddenly started crying. I tried to calm him down, but he was not stopping. So I started roaming here and there, and as I went away from the guy, my baby became silent. I thought maybe he will not cry now, so I again stood behind that guy, but he again started crying, and it happened maybe like 3 or 4 more times. And now I too started feeling strange. I looked towards that guy, and he was looking at me just like a predator. There was no emotion in his eyes. They were completely empty. Then suddenly he smiled and walked away from there. After he walked away, the cashier said, "Was this guy a human being? He was so creepy." Sorry for my bad English. It's not my native language. So this could play a part in the little people not liking outsiders fishing their waters. I'm like a tiny percent native, allegedly, so I don't know if that counts. But me and a few friends were night catfishing. We go fairly often. There's a spot where someone carved the green man's face into a rock one night. We're fishing, and on my line I had a 2-ounce bait, big hook and a float. And all I did was lightly reel it back in. Friends holding the light watching me do this, like I always do, to check bait after no bites. Then we heard something slam into the rocky hill behind us. It was my entire bait setup. It wasn't snagged on anything, but it was like something grabbed my entire bait set out of the river and threw it back at us over our heads in the side of the hill. For that to happen with that much weight, my rod would have to be like bent in a U shape and clearly snagged, but it wasn't. That's the craziest thing that's happened to me while fishing. But we've heard strange sounds and have seen some strange things in the sky, but that's really it. Then we heard a gunshot shortly after off in the distance. It was like 1 a.m., so we decided to call it a night. The village I grew up in has a very heavy vibe due to thousands of graves literally everywhere, including our backyards and under houses. Even walking along the beaches, the graves get uncovered at times, and we have to kind of cover them up. I don't know if it's a cryptid, but we have experiences with spirits that are mimics. For example, one time I was locked out of the family home as I was visiting, so I was waiting outside on the lawn on the opposite side of the house from the driveway. I just cracked a refreshing beverage when I saw my mom walk by in her pink Angora cardigan inside the house. Thinking she's home, I walked around the house to the front door and it was locked and her car wasn't there yet. She pulled in like 35 minutes later. I clearly saw her walk by in the house in broad daylight, like for 3 seconds. Only thing I noticed was her hair was darker. Afterwards, when I told her about it, she dug around in the closet and pulled out the pink cardigan. Another story was a group of us were walking by a trail, and my friend's girl was walking way ahead of us, and she saw her boyfriend hide behind a big rock. He was wearing a white ball cap, so he was very noticeable. She calls out to him, and he answers because we were just arriving behind her. There was no one behind the rock. I had one of those dreams where you're aware of your dreaming, and it was super realistic. I was walking down the block past our formal graveyard, and there's a large field. When I looked into the field, I saw an army of shadow men arranged in rows like an army. Turns out, I wasn't the only one to have dreams about the ghost army. Sometimes at night, I would go out and talk to them when intoxicated. Spirit possession, dances, were very common over 100 years ago in our tribe. Some were very powerful. I read records of the family headman dragging 10 big men around like nothing by ropes, attached to flesh hooks in his back in the 1920s. A few years back, I was into aviation and trying to get my private certification, a part of which requires a number of cross-country flights. These flights are meant to be at a minimum of 30-ish minutes each way. I forget the exact numbers, but being the hyper-involved student that I was, I hadn't planned for my first one to be at night. It was most lovely on the way there, with the sun setting and very calm weather. The turnaround was as the sun is just going down, so it's dark pretty quickly after, which shouldn't have been an issue because my CFI was instrument trained, and it was a relatively clear night. Part of the way through my flight, my CFI has me put on instrument goggles which are meant to force you to fly on instruments alone, meaning I couldn't see out of the plane. So I don't know what first happened or like where it came from, but out of nowhere, and quite uncharacteristically, my CFI claims controls and tells me to look out my window, which I oblige, expecting to see fireworks as he thinks that's what it is. Looking out the window, I don't see fireworks though. It was a flashing light flying towards our plane, and quickly. It had to have had both forward and sideways momentum to come at us the way it did, but it just kept getting closer and closer until it was maybe an arm's length from the wing on the side it was coming from, and it blinked out. To this day, I have no idea what it was or why it happened, but I know that I wasn't the only one who saw it, because my CFI and I talked about it in our debrief. I definitely thought the plane was about to get hit with something, and that we'd have to take an emergency landing, or worse.
A few years ago at my sister's bachelorette party, we went tubing down the river. It was a mix of girls mid to late 20s, and then a few of my aunts as well as my mom. We went through a company. It wasn't just a group of females with inner tubes jumping in the river. We were told the rules and paid for the trip. Unfortunately for us, the river was high and it was fast. We were mostly having a good time, despite a few moments that involved frantic paddling with hands-feet to steer away from rocks and logs until the end of the trip. They told us to watch out for a flag. It would be mounted high and easy to see ahead of time, so we could direct our tubes to the shore and get picked up by the company's bus. However, on this day they had a new staff member post the flag, and no one had checked its location ahead of time, and it was not put in the correct spot. Once we saw the flag, we had very little time to try to direct ourselves to it, and unfortunately for me, my mom and one of my aunts, we were on the opposite side of the river and the current was too strong. Would like to add it was also too deep to walk, and both my mom and aunt are barely 5 feet. We started to get scared because we didn't know where to go instead, and the river was moving us quickly. My mom's tube got stuck on a log, and my aunt tried to bump into her to get her free, but instead got herself stuck as well. They're both in their 60s, and while in good health, they're not as strong as they once were, and neither are good swimmers. The current was so fast it was crashing over their tubes, and was going to knock them off and into the water. I could tell my mom was scared. I decided to jump off my tube and swim to them, while dragging mine behind me. We had to pay if we lost our tubes, and for some reason this mattered to me a lot in the moment. I grabbed onto my mom's tube, told her to hold onto mine and my aunt to hold onto the other handle on mine. I swam perpendicular to the river current to bring us to the shoreline. It wasn't much of a shore, just the bottom edge of a steep cliff that the river cut through. That swim was the scariest thing I've ever done. There were moments I genuinely thought I was going to drown and likely die, but I couldn't give up before my mom was safe. I finally got to a point where I could touch, and I pulled my mom/aunt up to the shore. We eventually flagged down a police boat and they got us back to the pickup site. I'd like to add that I am not an athletic person. I'm a relatively strong swimmer, but only because I grew up around water. I'm overweight and out of shape, but that incident pulled something out of me I didn't know was there. I had never been so convinced that I wasn't going to see another day, but I'm glad I found the strength to get not only myself, but 2 other people out of the water that day.
I got trapped somewhere that no one ever visits, and my phone was out of reach. I work at a major airport as an IT tech. This summer I was working deep down within the airport, basement level -7, basically only used for pipes and cabling. I've only ever seen one other person down there, which has just been made even worse with COVID. I never see anyone down there now. Normally we'd work in pairs, but again, because of the virus, that wasn't allowed, and we were told to make sure that our phones were always charged. I was working within an IT cabinet and bending down a lot, so I didn't want to drop and smash my phone, so I put it on a nearby table. Whilst I was working, part of the cabinet collapsed and pinned one of my arms. It was extremely heavy, and I couldn't move my arm at all, nor could I reach my phone. I knew no one within my company knew where I was working, so I just sat and shouted for a bit, and was also trying anything to reach my phone, but it was just out of reach. After a while, I just lost hope. It felt like I'd been down there for days, lost in my own thoughts about how surely they'd be searching the airport by now, and what they'd do if they discovered my body, how my family would react, what would be on the news, all that stuff. I eventually heard some noise in the distance and started shouting and screaming a bit. Eventually I heard someone running, and man, I was never so relieved to see someone's face. He passed me my phone and I called my manager. Within minutes, my own team and multiple security guards had rushed to me, and they managed to deconstruct the cabinet and get me free. It had been 8 hours, but it felt like eternity. No serious injuries, just some pretty bad bruising. The person who found me was an engineer who'd been called out to fix a broken elevator. God knows what would have happened if that elevator hadn't been broken. And to be honest, I don't want to think about it.
I was 7 months pregnant with our first child and not sleeping well at night. I was laying in bed trying to find a comfortable position when I hear something that sounds like glasses tinkling together. I give my husband a shove and tell him what I heard. He grunts that it's probably one of our cats, rolls over and continues snoring. I still lay there. Then I hear men's voices. My heart felt like it stopped. I shove my husband hard and whisper that I hear people talking. He begrudgingly gets up. I tell him to get the gun just in case. He waves me off and heads to our bedroom door.
I see his hand pause on the handle, and then he locks our door and runs to his bedside table, getting the gun and telling me to call 911 because he hears guys in our house. We both go into our bathroom, shut the door. I'm in the closet calling 911, and he's halfway in the closet doorway and halfway crouching behind our dresser with the gun pointed at the door. We're both shaking. I tell the 911 operator what's going on and our address. They say that police are en route. While waiting, both my husband and I have the same thought.
Earlier in the day, I had been on his computer. He's a gamer and has several monitors, working on lesson plans for when I went on my maternity leave on one monitor and watching the show Supernatural on the other. When my husband got home from work, I just paused the show and hung out with him. So now we are hiding in the closet with a gun and wondering if one of our cats jumped on the desk and accidentally stepped on the keyboard and unpaused it.
I tell the 911 operator all of this, and my husband decides to go listen at the door again. He comes back saying it's silent, and we're like, what are the chances that a cat unpaused the video and then paused it again? The 911 operator says police have arrived. Put our gun away and meet them at the front door. As soon as we leave the bedroom, we see my giant Maine Coon straight up laying across the keyboard like a fat little butthole. Yeah, we got the crap scared out of us, and 5 cop cars showed up at our house because my cat unpaused the computer. My husband now refers to that night as the night of the naked gun. I nearly froze to death in an ice cream freezer in a grocery store early one morning, and to this day, I suspect that my lunatic supervisor hated me so much that he put me on ice cream duty knowing full well that the door was broken and traps people inside. At 8 a.m., no one could hear my bang and scream at the door because there are few workers, and their path didn't take them anywhere near the ice cream freezer. Stupid me forgot to charge my phone before work, and my phone was dead. Not that it matters, there's no cell phone service inside those thick metal walls. God only knows what would have happened if I wasn't able to smash the door open at long last. My supervisor only ever checked on me once per shift. I quit that very same day.
In 2012, I worked for a retail store as a manager. One morning, half asleep from working 60 to 70-hour weeks, I arrived early to count the monies and prepare the deposit before opening. And as I turned around to lock the front door behind me, a guy is running full speed at me. It took me about 5 seconds to realize what was happening, as he grabbed the front door and we fought. Me to pull it closed and lock it, him to open it and apparently rob me. Well, he was bigger, stronger, and most important, heavier than me. He had the advantage of pushing rather than pulling the door, so he used his weight against the door, pushing with a bigger body and probably 30-50 pounds on me. He won, pushed inside, pulled a gun, and pressed it into my right lower rib cage. I froze and put my hands up. In my training, they would tell us to comply with a robber's demands in order to save ourselves. So I asked what he wanted. He said, "Turn off the alarm." I did. I said, "Okay, what next?" He says, "Open the office." I did. He said, "Open the safe." I did. He says, "Pull out all the bills and put them in my bag," indicating a green Jansport backpack he was carrying. While I was carefully and deliberately transferring the bills, making sure not to look at him and to keep my hands visible at all times, I asked, "Please don't hurt me. I'm not going to try anything." He says, "That ain't why I'm here. Just give me all the money, then I'm going to leave, and I want you to go back to the back room and stay there till I'm gone." I finish transferring the money, then he sees the drop safe, a small locked compartment where we keep the money deposited from the previous day's cash sales, and asks, "What's in there?" My brain was working on an instinctive survival level, and had worked out that if I tripped that alarm, it might put me in a hostage situation if the police showed up before he left, which was entirely possible because they usually responded within a few minutes to this sort of alarm, something I'd witnessed when a coworker once opened this after 7 p.m., the time when it automatically turned on the silent alarm. Knowing this, I said, "That's the drop safe, but it has a silent alarm on it." He says, "Okay, never mind. Go to the back of the store now and stay there till I'm gone." I did. I waited in the back room for roughly 5 minutes. I think Each minute seemed like an hour with the amount of adrenaline I had pumping through my veins. Then went out to make sure he was gone. I kept low and snuck up to the front of the store and saw no one. I locked the front door and called the police. Reported the robbery. Gave a description of the robber, which wasn't detailed because I didn't look at him, fearing he'd hit me or something. All I knew was that he was black and young, and the clothes he was wearing. He had a hoodie with the hood pulled tight so I could only see mouth, nose, and eyes. Then I called my DM, then my regional LP manager, and made the obligatory reports to those people. At that point, I'd run out of directives from my training. I sat in the office in a daze until my DM sent over someone to relieve me. After that, he told me to call someone to pick me up. I called my best friend who picked me up and brought me home. He stayed with me until my wife got home. My DM told me to take the next 3 days off and call him if I needed any kind of counseling therapy. Some people have panic attacks or cry, freak out in some way, but I didn't. I just felt numb and shocked. Later that evening, the whole experience began to replay in my mind, over and over like a bloody movie. That was the thing that really freaked me out. PTSD, I guess. It continued for 3-4 weeks, paired with some nightmares, but eventually it got better. And I'd say the only lasting effect is that I am much more aware of my surroundings when I am by myself and in a vulnerable position, and that I watch people's behavior more closely to determine their motives and to protect myself and my family from harm. That, and I remember the whole thing like it happened yesterday, despite the fact it was 11 years ago. Be careful, retail workers. Don't let this happen to you. Never enter a store alone. Peace and love to all y'all. We were having a meeting in a windowless conference room. There were about 7 of us. Suddenly, we felt our chairs jolt. The room went black, and we heard a huge 4-second muffled roar of an explosion. We filed out of the room and to the brighter office to look out of the narrow floor-to-ceiling windows. The power was out. The computer screens were dark. Looking out, we could see snow gently falling. Up on the 71st floor, we were often in a cloud. Standing next to the floor fire warden, I noticed he stood straight and silent, listening for the PA system to announce the cause of the outage. Silence. We later learned the system was destroyed in the blast. I looked behind me into the hallway and could see thick black smoke shooting up under the cargo elevator doors. I turned to him and said I'm leaving. I opened the stairwell doors. A coworker started to cry. I told her, let's go downstairs together. We scrambled down. At about the 45th floor, we hit an enveloping wall of black smoke. I fell on my knees at the landing, but I couldn't breathe nor see. It felt like being underwater in the dark. I crawled around until I felt a step. First time thought I would die. Grabbing a railing, I shot up the stairs until I could see again. People were streaming from the upper stairwell into an office around the 50th floor. It was hazy with smoke. I found my crying coworker. People were dropping coats at the bottom of the glass hallway doors, trying to block the incoming smoke. There were over 100 people sitting on the floors, others milling about, some sobbing. Someone panicked and threw a chair out of the window. My knees were trembling. Second time thought I would die today. I stuck my head out of the window and was relieved to see people streaming out of the building. I found a payphone on the wall and called my fiancé. He told me the explosion was in World Trade Center Building 2, not my building. Telling him I could barely see the phone I was talking into, he denied I should be in any smoke at all. Thanks. Please call my mom and tell her I'm trying to get out. The conversation was so stupid I felt better. After about 2 hours, a fireman emerged and said it was clear enough to descend the stairs. We started to slowly walk down, one hand on the railing, one on the person in front of us. Much of the descent was in complete darkness. A floor below me, someone panicked, started to scream and block the stairwell. We couldn't continue. Third time thought I would die. Eventually he was calmed and continued the descent. Until around 4 p.m., We finally reached the ground level and exited to the street. My purse and coat were up on 71. It was cold and still snowing. I walked to the subway and rode uptown to the bus terminal. People were staring at me in disbelief. It wasn't until I looked in the mirror that my face and clothes were covered in soot. My nose was so full of soot, it made a crunching sound when I pinched it. I met up with other employees at the bus terminal and was given a coat to go home.
We'd gone to an island for Christmas. It was the day before my daughter's second birthday, and we, plus my wife's sister and her husband and child, decided to visit one of the spectacular waterfalls. A proper welded-together Mad Max truck took us halfway up the mountain, with us having to walk the rest of the way. My almost 2-year-old had to be carried, so I picked her up and walked up the trail. It wasn't far before I lost my footing on the damp leaves, fell, and, still holding my girl, began to slide. I had no real concerns. After all, I've fallen plenty. But I began to slide. Holding my daughter's head with one hand, I grabbed at everything I could with the other, but carried on sliding relentlessly. I glanced over my shoulder to see a drop just meters away. A big drop. An unsurvivable drop with nothing to stop us from falling. I rolled onto my back with my daughter, crying on my chest, holding her tight with the hope that she, at least, would be okay, when at the very edge, I managed to push my foot into the vegetation that grew there. We stopped sliding. My wife and brother-in-law were scrambling down towards us and took my daughter from my arms and carried her away. I stayed there, entangled in the bushes, and smoked 2 cigarettes silently, with one leg dangling over the cliff. I didn't speak at all for the rest of the day. When we visited the temple for her birthday the next morning, we meant it.
I was 18 years old and just graduated high school 3 months prior. I was married. I eloped my senior year of high school. We had rented a very small 1-bedroom house that was across the street from the bank where I worked as a teller. We hadn't lived there very long, maybe a month or so. We were young and barely making ends meet, so there were not a lot of decorations, pictures, etc. I was always a very trusting person. I was raised in the country, and in times where you could leave your windows open and your doors unlocked. I was always taught to see the good in people. I had come down with a cold and taken cold medicine one night and went to bed early. At this point, I had only been married for less than 6 months. I remember in my sleep feeling someone messing with me. In my half-asleep cold medicine bogged down head, I started reacting and thinking it was my husband. Then I roused up and opened my eyes. It was around 2 in the morning. I looked over at my husband kind of laughing and said, "What are you doing?" Only he was sound asleep facing the other direction. Puzzled, I looked forward. There, at the foot of my bed, with the streetlight shining in my window, crouched a gray-haired man. He was looking straight at me. It was then I noticed the weird smell. Alcohol and food mixed together. It registered something was very wrong. Out of natural reaction, I screamed. When I screamed, my husband jumped up facing me. At almost the exact same moment, the man jumped up and ran out of the bedroom door. The bedroom door was located right beside the head of the bed, on my husband's side of the bed. Since he jumped up looking at me, he did not see the man run out. He asked me what was wrong, but I was so scattered nothing coming out of my mouth made any sense. He kept saying it was okay, and I just had a bad dream and everything was just fine. I can't describe the panic I felt inside. I refused to lay back down. I got up from the bed and walked into the next room, living room, and my husband followed me. Once we entered the living room, it was all becoming reality. The front door to the house was propped open with a brick. The rocking chair we had was moved out of the way of the doorway to the bedroom. My assumption is he was making sure he had a clear shot of the house. Laid all over the floor was the contents of my purse. Only a few dollars was missing. My social security card, a change purse, and a photo. Seeing as how we were young and broke, we didn't have a home phone. Cell phones were not a thing at this time. We were trying to get pants and shoes on to go call the cops when we heard a car door shut. I started screaming, "Oh my God, he is going to steal our car." My husband went to the door to see a female officer walking towards our house. I immediately started rambling how there was a man. He was in my house. He messed with me. He touched me, and I needed help. I know I looked like a crazy person who was babbling nonsense. The officer calmed me down and asked me to tell her what happened. I repeated myself. She asked if I knew what he looked like and if I could identify him. I said yes. To this day, that man's face and hair haunt my thoughts. It is permanently in my brain. She then went on to explain that she was making rounds and found a man running across the road suspiciously. She stopped him and was taking him for public intoxication. When he got into the back seat, he was trying to stuff my change purse inside his pocket. She took it and reverse searched my social security number to find that I lived just a road over from where this man was picked up. Divine intervention. The man claimed I was a friend of his, and he had left my house not long ago from hanging out. My house was fingerprinted and pictures taken, diagrams drawn. They tested his hands and fingernails for my DNA. I had to go to court and testify. I found out I was pregnant just weeks later. I had constant nightmares and became very jumpy. The stress from everything threatened my baby, so we agreed to accept a plea bargain. I found out he was living in a camper that was parked in front of the bank where I worked. That month I was the teller assigned to drive through. I was facing his camper daily. I walked to and from work because it was just across the street and took more effort to drive. Plus, we only had one car. They also found other items from my house inside his camper upon searching it. That confirmed he had been in my house before. He actually saw my husband in the bed next to me and walked around him to my side of the bed. He was on a mission. I finally got through court. He was sentenced and I tried to move on. About 4 to 5 years later, I received a phone call from the police department a city over. There was a new law passed and every prisoner that was imprisoned for a sexual-related offense had to submit their DNA. There as a hit. The same man who broke into my home had hit on a series of high-profile cases in the next city over. They were brutal. No one ever saw him. Just one girl saw tattoos on his arms behind her. He would tie them up and use tape on their eyes. Shockingly, we all had similarities. He had a type. The girl that saw the tattoos had given a description, and it was televised on the news. I guess he ran to the next town in hopes of running away from it. At the time, they caught him at my house, had the tape and everything on him. It just didn't make sense at the time why. Now all of the dots started to connect. All of us were between 17 and 23. This man was almost 60. Then, all those years later, I realized had I been home alone, it would have been so much worse. I didn't have to deal with some of the same horrible things the other girls did, but it still really messed me up. It caused my marriage problems because I didn't feel protected. I have PTSD, but I am a very lucky lady. God was really watching out for me, and I am thankful it was not worse than it was. By far the scariest thing that has ever happened to me. I'm sorry it was so long. Not something I tell a whole lot of people. I had a friend not believe me one time saying it was crazy sounding, until she saw the sentencing on the news. I was used as a witness for the other girl's case showing the career history of the man and all of the similarities. He was sentenced and put away for the rest of his life.
It's amazing that I have lived to tell this. My husband and I were on vacation at a fancy all-inclusive resort in Cancun, Mexico. We were young. We dressed up and brought all of our best jewelry. He, a gold Rolex, gold chain and bracelet. Me, my new diamond bracelet and beautiful engagement ring. Everyone was so nice our first morning in paradise, and at breakfast we met a nice young lady who took the time to stop and chat a while. Later that evening we went downtown to the shopping areas and loved it. It was getting quite dark, and as we were starting to head back to our resort, the same super friendly young lady appeared and offered us a ride back, as she was going there anyway. This was fantastic. Yes. We hopped in her van and she told us that she had one quick stop. Was it okay? Of course. We pulled up to an insanely loud night spot with a home connected to it right next door. A locked iron gate surrounded the courtyard. Come on in. She smiled and beckoned. We jumped out of the van and stood beside her, suddenly shaking uncontrollably as she unlocked the gate. We went in. She shakily locked it. We got to the front door, and as she opened it and ushered us in, we were speechless to see a giant room. All the walls were white tiles to the ceiling. Along the wall, giant sink, hoses. The floors were also solid white with huge drain holes in the area. Super well lit up. We were standing with her, shaking more than ever. Innocent, young and confused, we stood silently as she called up the stairs, "Julio, Julio, Julio." When she had no response, she hysterically ran up the stairs only to find that one door locked. She said, "Let's go," and we obediently followed her out to the van. Her whole demeanor changed. She was mean and wild. She drove crazily away from the blasting music next door, speeding away for what seemed like forever. She came to a screeching halt and said, "Get out." In the pitch black, middle of nowhere. We did again as we were told. It was then that we realized our stupidity. Our lives had been spared from the slaughterhouse. The sinks, the noise to cover our screams, the drains in the floors, all for our jewelry. Julio the butcher was nowhere to be found that lucky night. We walked until we saw streets, took a taxi back to our resort in complete silence, locked every piece of jewelry in our safe, and thanked God for us being spared. We never saw her again, but I will never, ever forget her. I'm gonna go anonymous, because this is really, really heavy, and it's something that I've promised myself that I would never reveal. And so far, I've kept that promise and never told anyone about it, not even my therapist. I've tried my best to forget about it forever, but it keeps coming back to me. It haunts my nightmares, and at odd, awkward waking moments, I'm paralyzed by flashbacks and left shivering and shaking, and blubbering like a 2-year-old for seemingly no reason. I really, really don't want to post this, but it's in my head now. I can't sleep and it's not going away. I might as well write it down and get it out in the open once and for all. In the cold light of dawn, I'm probably going to regret this and spend the next 6 months beating myself up about it. Well, tough crap. I've been beaten up by bigger and tougher guys before. Maybe later everyone can come on over, drag me out into the street, and stone me for my ignominy. At least I know my dog still loves me. The place? Silverton, Pretoria, South Africa. The year? 1986. Friday, 4th of July. Shortly after 1630. Or, for anyone who doesn't know military time, 4:30 p.m. I just turned 43. I was working in Silverton and had knocked off work for the day. As is usual, I stopped off at Checkers to get some stuff. On this particular day, it was the usual: bread, milk, eggs, and some tomatoes as something extra. As is usual, I parked my motorcycle on the sidewalk in a very convenient spot between an ornamental concrete trash bin and the bus shelter. I did my shopping, and was in the checkout queue, nearly up to the till when I remembered that I'd forgotten to get the tomatoes. Screw it, I thought. I'm not going to get them now and have to stand at the back of the queue again. I paid for my stuff and left. I boarded my bike, drove around the bus shelter and eased into the traffic. Then the bomb in the trash bin went off. It was like someone hit me in the back with a sledgehammer. I was flung, bike and all, into the gutter. I lay there dazed and disoriented, and everything was deathly silent. Then the screaming started. It sounded far, far away, and as if I had cotton wool stuffed in my ears. I crawled out from under my bike, and remember that strangely it was still running. I turned it off, staggered to my feet and looked around. My God, the carnage. People running around screaming and bleeding. Blood and guts and gore everywhere. Half a leg wearing a sock lying on the sidewalk in front of me. And I'm staring at it all. And all I can think is like, where's his shoe? He must have a shoe. He's lost his shoe. His shoe. His shoe. There's a woman with her arm, shoulder, and half her face a bloody pulp. A body on the ground looking like it had been put through a meat tenderizer. Chunks of flesh everywhere. Kids scattered all over the place like discarded rag dolls. Screaming, crying. Blood. Gore. Glass. Chunks of concrete. Wreckage. Screaming. 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 People are climbing out of their cars, rushing to help. And I'm just standing there, shivering and shaking and waving my arms. And screaming and yelling, no. 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 Stop. Stop. Run away. Run. There'll be another bomb. Run. Run. I could hardly hear my own voice, and it seemed like no one else could hear me either. I puked. I grabbed my bike. It started and I gunned away. I was rounding the corner when the other bomb went off. My bike skidded and I fell again. I just lay there. I was just lying there and shivering, and shaking and gasping for breath, and blubbering and crying. I remember there were flashing lights and sirens and hooting and yelling and shouting, and I could hear the screaming. That awful, terrified, terrifying screaming. I must have passed out cold because the next thing I remembered was that I was freezing. My whole body ached. Every muscle in my body was so stiff and sore that I could hardly move. I'd gotten my breath back, so I retrieved my bike, which miraculously was still okay, and rushed home. Thankfully, when I got there, I was the first home. I dropped my backpack, helmet, gloves, jacket, and boots on the kitchen floor, stripped off my clothes, stuffed them in a plastic shopping bag, and hid them at the bottom of the outside garbage bin. I ran a hot bath, locked the door, climbed in the tub, and just lay there, aching all over, and shivering and shaking and rattling, blubbering and bawling and crying, till I thought the bath was going to overflow with tears. And all the time I'm thinking, I could have been dead. If I'd remembered the tomatoes, I would have been dead. I should have been dead. Why wasn't I dead? I deserved to be dead. How could I not be dead? How could I be practically on top of an exploding bomb and still walk away with hardly a scratch? Why were other, better people and innocent children slashed, smashed, shattered, scarred, marred, mauled, mutilated, maimed, crippled, blown to smithereens, and for all I knew, killed, while a nobody, a useless, bawling, blubbering, puking nobody like me, is allowed to walk away with hardly a scratch? I wished I was dead. Right now, as I'm writing this more than 30 years later, my face is numb. My hands are numb. I'm cold. I'm shivering. And I'm really, really wishing that I was dead. Then, this whole horrible, hellish nightmare will finally be over. Well, one of the more disturbing things I've seen was when I visited London in 1991. I was walking down a busy street when I suddenly came across a dead body. An old lady had jumped from her balcony just seconds before I turned the corner, and I nearly stepped on her because I was looking at a tourist map while walking. It was a very sad sight. She was lying face down on the pavement, arms stretched out, and one of her legs was at a weird angle, having probably been broken by the fall. She looked to be at least 80 or 90 years old, and she was dressed in a woolly jumper and had a nice old-fashioned skirt on. Just a regular grandma. Other people quickly gathered to watch, but nobody did anything. This was in the days prior to cell phones, so somebody would have to run off somewhere and make a call, but nobody did. I thought of doing it myself, as did probably most of us, but I was 14 at the time and too stunned to move. I'd never seen a dead person before, and to my great shame, I just stood there. Not everyone had the same reaction, however. This was during lunch hour, so as I said before, the street was very busy, and quite a few pedestrians had places to go to, and wouldn't let the scene of a self-unaliving stop them. So they simply stepped over the body and went on their own way with an "oh dear, what a shame." Some of them hardly even looked up from their newspapers. Too busy checking the stock market, I suppose. It made me sick. Eventually, somebody must have alerted the authorities because the police and ambulance arrived quickly, and the area was cordoned off. We were all ushered away. But even today, nearly 30 years later, I can picture her lying there, and I wonder what made her do it. Did she have nothing left to live for? Was she in pain and unable to pay the hospital bills? Had her relatives died and left her alone? Perhaps she was being evicted and had nowhere else to go. I'm sure that this happens all the time, much more so in large cities than anywhere else. But each case is tragic, and I think that we could do well to remember to care a bit more about our elderly citizens, and not simply dismiss them as old relics as soon as they reach their pension age. Volunteer, keep them company, spend some time with them, and cheer up their day. A few years ago, I owned a home and business cleaning and auto detailing business. I started working for a woman with whom I'd gone to high school. Her sister has been one of my closest friends throughout our adulthood, and therefore, I was somewhat familiar with the goings-on in that family. They had 4 kids, 3 girls and a boy, and the father was abusive, primarily to the teenage son. But I think most people in the house got a taste of it. The house was always a disaster. You couldn't tell I had ever been there from one time to the next. My biggest problem was with the guns, though. There were guns everywhere. There would be a massive pile of laundry on the couch, and as I began to fold it, I would find a gun. There were handguns in the kitchen cupboards. There were rifles propped up in the corner of the kitchen. I'm not handy with firearms. I don't know how to check to see whether or not it's loaded. I don't know how to check the safety. Therefore, I was very uncomfortable with all of these guns laying around. Not to mention the fact that there were 4 kids, ranging in age from 3-16 at the time, and the ammo was in a low, unlocked kitchen cupboard. I told my client that until the guns were locked away, I wouldn't be coming back. She agreed to put them away, and for a while things were okay. One morning I walked in to find a pistol on the kitchen table, with a loaded clip right next to it. I asked her why it was there, and almost in a manner of laughing it off, she said that her husband, who owns a cement company, had gotten upset with one of his employees, came home and loaded the gun. I guess when he cooled down, he took the clip out of the gun and laid them both on the table. She promised that it wouldn't happen again, but at this point, I already know that this man has abusive tendencies. Now, I know that when he is upset with someone, he immediately goes for the firearms. So, on what would be my next to last week at the house, I walked in and found candle wax all over one of the walls, and broken glass and more wax on the floor. I asked the kids what had happened, and they stated that their dad had become angry with the son and had thrown a large candle at him. It didn't occur to me until later that it had to have been lit when he threw it, given the wax on the wall. That same day, the dad came home from work early. He and his wife were arguing in the kitchen when he threw a large metal shelf from a refrigerator at her. It hit her foot and broke her big toe in half long ways. Because there was a witness, me. He kept trying to say that he threw it to her, but she missed the catch. Obviously, that was not the case. The following week, when I went to clean the house, I convinced the wife to go to the police to file charges. I would take her and be a witness. We went. The charges were filed. They ended up arresting the father at one of the kids' schools because the school was given instructions to not allow him to pick up the kids. And when he was told as much, he lost a grip and was arrested. The wife and kids stayed at a shelter for a night or two, and then they went to stay with her sister. Exactly 1 week after we went to the police, she dropped the charges and they all went home. I still do not understand how or why she was allowed to drop the charges, because we both gave detailed descriptions of the abuse against the son in our statements to the police. This is the point when I should have done more. I should have followed up with CPS or the police or someone. I shouldn't have let it go. In late October of 2019, I got a call from my friend, the sister of my client, and she was hysterical. The son, the one who had suffered so much abuse at the hands of his father, had shot and unalived himself. He was 16. At the time, I thought I had done what I could. Thinking back, I should have pressed so much harder. I'm truly sorry that I didn't do more to save you, NSS. I was parked in a certain spot at my last job for 12 years that I was there. It was accessible to the public as it wasn't company parking, but they wanted us to park in the back of the lot, so the closer spots could be available for customers. One day, my spot's taken by a dark tinted caddy, and I'm immediately angry because everyone knows it's mine. It's morning shift, so 4 a.m., so it can't be one of the others because I know what they drive. So maybe it's a newbie, or maybe another employee from another shop in the plaza. It's still there on my lunch break, and when I go home, and the next day, I come in at 1 p.m. till close, around 9:30, and then also the next. Something about it really bothered me. It smelled wrong. Literally. It's the South in high summer, and who knows what's baking in there. My dad was a Marine and then a police officer. He always said that if you feel something is wrong, there probably is. So I dialed the non-emergency contact police number. I felt like an idiot, but every time I walked by it bugged me. So I was stuck waiting for over an hour before anyone shows up. And honestly, if I hadn't been off the next day, I would have been like, screw it. But I waited, mostly because I can be a really petty jerk, and that's my spot. The police show, all annoyed because who knows how many they can't park their calls they get. They run the license plate though, and then things go crazy. They want my info, want me to contact my manager. Does this lot have cameras? Have I touched the car, etc.? Apparently the car is on Amber Alert as the last sighting of a missing person who was a minor, a 15-year-old girl. When they pop the trunk, they find her dead, mutilated body under a blanket, and the source of the smell. She had gone out with her much older, controlling and insecure boyfriend, but had decided to get out of the relationship. She only made the mistake of getting into the car with him. He drove 3 counties over after torturing her, stuffing her in there and who knows what else. Then parked and walked away, left her to die in the trunk. I never learned her time of death, so it haunts me sometimes thinking that she might have been saved if I'd made a fuss earlier. So yeah, listen to your gut, even if it seems petty. When I was really young, we were crossing a massive bridge. I remember the sudden traffic and my family talking about what it could be about. We finally got to the point on the bridge where we saw what's happening. I'll never, ever forget the way the sunbeams went through the clouds, just like a movie. A woman in big black sunglasses, blonde hair, smiling, and on the other side of the bridge. My grandfather said it was an angel, and I truly believed that for a long time. It wasn't until I was showering when I was way older and randomly thought of that time and realized that she was going to jump. It's disturbing how happy she was, but probably in so much pain. I remember her stretching her arms out while holding the railing to really extend herself over the edge. She was ready for it. When I was about 7 years old in the Philippines, while I was on my way to buy snacks from the convenience store, I saw my auntie, but she quickly dragged me home. Everyone on the street seemed to be running for their lives. It turns out a murder just occurred and the killer was on the loose. I peeked outside to see the killer shirtless and bloody all over. His eyes were wide open and he was carrying a machete. He was walking down the street and it was a pretty horrific thing for 7-year-old me to see. A coworker confided in me one day at lunch about an incident that sounded like child abuse to me. The guy's name is Byron Morales. I give that detail because this is a true account of what unfolded after the day. Look it up. Byron told me that he doubted he would be allowed to babysit his stepchild again after his wife came home and caught him spinning circles while holding the baby by the feet. When I asked why, he said, to toughen him up. The kid's a sissy mama's boy and I wanted to toughen him up. That blew me away. I didn't know how to respond. So I went to my boss and told him the story. He told me that there was nothing we could do. To this day, I wish I had contacted the state of Iowa and reported Byron for child abuse, but I didn't. Instead, I tried to forget about it. I still had to work closely with the guy on a daily basis, but I didn't like him after that. Fast forward about a month. Our home phone rings. It's my boss telling me to look at that day's local paper. There, I find an article about the death of the child in question. Byron was the only person home with him when the child fell down the stairs, according to the stepdad. My boss tells me that I was right, and we hang up. I didn't know what to do. For some reason, I was expecting the police to visit the guy's workplace searching for clues like we see on TV, but that's not what happened, and it was really bugging me, so I finally called the police. They were interested in hearing my story. There was a deposition eventually, and then later I testified at Byron Morales' murder trial for the death of Kevin. Byron was convicted and sentenced to life with no chance of parole. One day I was in a grocery store and approached by a woman who said she was on the jury and wanted to thank me for my testimony. She told me that my testimony helped remove any reasonable doubt and made the task of convicting the guy easier. That conversation made me feel better. But I still regret not getting involved before Kevin was murdered. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.